Neither is Hildebrand. No, I'm just checking the thing.
I was just saying what was on the site that I looked at.
Yeah, and I was just double checking when the release was to update you.
I feel like I'm looking at one of those
So I know reading that number there is hard.
Twitter loves to keep showing me. More exploring. At this point, I've resolved to being a visual tourist. I know there's nothing for me here because the gameplay is other people and there are no other people. The cult that once was has disbanded. The dream for many, it seems, is over. I have a skill called Random, and when I invoke it, it says Chaos calls out to you and then a number from 1 to 100. That's it. Chaos is calling out to me random numbers. You have given an entire ability to what is essentially just /roll 100. There's also a Sense Dreamers spell. It tells me the majority of players are, right now, right where I am. That's quite depressing. Explore more, find the Hidden Ballroom, a grand, opulent room once host to the great galas and soirees of the virtual years past, now dusty and silent. In real life, I've walked out onto an abandoned theatre stage before. It's a strange feeling. It's not just empty, it's an aged empty. It's not just a lack of now, it's a lack of then and soon as well. Underlight is a multiplayer facilitator with no players, and it has nothing to give. It's like going paintballing on your own. The battleground may be beautiful, but you can sense its primary purpose is missing. It's like sitting on one end of a seesaw in a beautiful park, waiting for no one. I have a look through the wiki some more, and then I find this. Now this really drives home how roleplay focused this game and community is. You can pay real money to play as an enemy, or mare, short for nightmare. While a nightmare, you can hunt down regular players and kill them. But playing as a mare comes with its own set of rather draconian rules to enforce and maintain the roleplay element. Mares cannot post on the Underlight forums because that will be out of character and any posts they make will be removed and their account may be disciplined. Mares cannot be used by other players to carry out vendettas or contract killings. Mares cannot use out of character knowledge to further their attacks on the players. It actually says it is not appropriate to coordinate attacks through Discord. Yeah, good luck policing that. And finally, mares cannot complain that they are attacked without reason, saying being a mare is reason enough. Rules and roleplay like this can only exist in small niche communities because the larger a community grows, the less cohesive it becomes and the more likely you are to encounter some bad actors. So I do understand Underlight trying to appeal to a smaller, more community-focused MMO niche, but then the game is designed to require a larger player base with so many houses and so many guilds and so many maps and skills and adventures to be had. You want to have the benefits of a smaller, closer player base while almost requiring the larger one to function. But you know what? Okay, let's roleplay. Underlight strictly enforces in-character acting. So how about we finish this review with a story? I remember my mum smiling, wishing me good luck. I remember her face, how proud she was. I remember her blowing me a kiss as I flung open the car door and hurried out. I remember the rain, torrential, lashing, cascading from the rooftops and running across the grey street in thick, snaking rivers, soaking into my shoes as I ran for the cover of the theatre side door, almost slipping on the metal pavement grating. I was hunched over, coddling my costume bag in my arms, trying to keep the contents dry. It was the dress rehearsal. I was a backing dancer. Not exactly star of the show, but everything in time. Do well today and maybe prove myself for the next. Who knows? I reached the open doorway, a sheet of solid water pouring like a veil over it. I ran in, hair tangled into soaked tendrils, dripping over the well-worn carpet. I was late, still needed to get changed and get on stage, so I grabbed the pen from the sign-in desk, scrawled my name down hastily. Where my soaking wet was locked. Snaking rivers soaking into my shoes as I create the adventure itself. And just like previous social networks, Bebo
is just how many builds are pop.
Sometimes a game has all the right ideas, but just enough flaws to keep it from greatness. Sometimes the main problems don't lie in the overall design or the vision or the moment-to-moment gameplay. They lie in the little errors, the small problems, each individually insubstantial, but when put together, form an unavoidable mass. Crashes, badly explained systems, garish cosmetics, lag, audio issues, feature creep, lack of coherence between gameplay aesthetics, it's death by 1,000 cuts. And I feel that's what's happened to Vindictus. Vindictus is what would happen if Guild Wars 1 and Terra had a steamy night of passion then left the baby to be raised by wolves. It's a hub-based, instanced mission game with consistent story and replayable levels like Guild Wars 1 with the action combat and over-the-top Eastern style of Terra, and that should make it something I love, because I love both those games. And while I do love it, to a degree, there's just enough wrong with it that it never quite takes off. It's like an old friend who's fun to hang around with now and again, but every so often they ditch you on the bad side of town or steal your phone to order Uber Eats with your money. Vindictus is a bunch of great ideas, poorly executed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMOs I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO content. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Vindictus. This has been one of the most recommended games to me, so it's on Steam and it's free, so let's give it a go. Steam describes it as unlike any MMO you've experienced, which is a bold claim, because if you're up to date with the worst MMO series, you know that you and I have experienced quite a few things. Vindictus is published by Nexon, a Japanese-Korean company also responsible for Mabinogi and MapleStory. Don't worry, we'll be getting to those eventually. The first thing I do is change the graphics to see how the client can handle a basic technical request. It handles it by needing to be restarted, which is fine, but on restart automatically launches a browser window opened to an unsecure web page asking for a review. All I did was change the resolution, and you accessed an unsecured internet page and asked for a review of the game. This is the first example of death by 1,000 cuts we're about to experience. This is a terrible security flaw. Not a great start. Character selection. Vindictus is a combat-focused, class-based game, and each character is nicely narrated. You get a bit of backstory, a nice little intro animation, traditional over-the-top Eastern-inspired weapons, except Ira, who seems to be using Nerf guns. I'll go with Kale, a knight who uses a sword staff. Then we get to move some sliders around, and despite having a lot of sliders, you can't actually change things that substantially. Plus there's a warning which reads, certain animations may not display properly if you change the character too much, so I'll stick with the default. Now to name my character, and another annoyance. There are naming rules, no spaces, limits of 12 characters, but they don't tell you the rules until after you've tried to name the character, and they still let you type whatever you like. Please, developers, if you have naming limitations, include those limitations in what the text box will actually accept. Now the intro begins. We are a noble knight who feels sympathy for the commoners, and we join a rebellion, but then we're caught between our own royal bloodline wanting to go to war and the common spirit wanting justice, and it's all very dramatic. It's told through text and the occasional picture, and honestly this does not matter at all. This is just fluff. It's a nice story but not relevant in any way. So now the prologue begins. We see a huge spider climbing up a clock tower. Some knights attack it, then the game begins, and we don't have any sound. There's no audio. I mean, the gameplay is nice. Move, WASD, spacebar dodge, shift run, left click attack. You can break the environment. Things look and feel nice. I'm kind of getting the feel of Dark Souls 3, but slightly more basic. But this silence is upsetting me. So let's restart and see if we can get the audio working. Restart the game, log into the same character, and now we are in some sort of inn. Okay, I think I know what's happened here. I'm going to guess the intro segment was a tutorial, and by quitting during it, the game has just skipped me ahead. Okay, let's restart again, make a brand new but identical character, and hope the intro actually works with sound this time. And it does! And behold, voice acting.
Get it together, rookie. What the hell's going on?
We got him cornered. Ready the ballista!
Blades, advance! Yes, sir!
I mean, it's not terrible. So the spider is the town's guardian, and it's attacking the bell tower because it's evil now, so we go and stop it. This woman is the Oracle. Notice how our sword spear weapon is so long it clips through the wall into the cutscene. Just thought that was kind of funny. Inside the tower we are ambushed and the combat begins. Vindictus is an action combat game. The first few minutes actually remind me of Dark Souls 3. The smaller encounter sizes, the combo of moves, the destructible environments. This isn't a bad opening. Attacks are satisfying, nice impacts, good heavy sound effects, nice enemy animations. Left click chains offensive moves together, and right click is a defensive move, which still does some damage. This is decent. Eventually the girl gets injured and we carry her. You can still attack while carrying, but you're limited to a kick. The environment outside the tower looks great. I'm having a decent time so far. And then we get to the top of the tower and we fight the spider, and this is where things start to go south and feel not complete. During the spider fight, I get told to press 1 and 2 to use my abilities, but I've not been told what those abilities are, or what they do, or when I should use them, or what resources they use up. Also, it seems I can just spam left click and be fine. There's no real strategy needed here. Eventually, the spider climbs the tower and then gets shot down by some ballistas, and the bell crashes onto it, killing it, which is actually a really nice use of scenery to affect battle. Then a cutscene shows all of this has been watched by some random lizard dude who I'm sure will be relevant later, and now we wake up in the inn. The game now asks if we want to reselect a hero or carry on. I really like this choice. It's like you get a 5-minute tester of what a class is like before you commit to playing it. So now we are in town, and I discover a system I like so much I want it to be in every MMO ever. Holding Alt unlocks the cursor, but it also brings up this ring around your character with all of the major locations and points of interest in the town pointed to by arrows. This is an absolutely fantastic navigation technique within a 3D environment. It's unobtrusive and it's easy to read and follow. The game now directs us to this building, a mercenary headquarters, and we get talking, and I actually quite like how the game handles conversations, even though it's a little bit different to what you're probably expecting. Dialogue screens are simply a slow panning image of the location or room you are in, and all the NPCs present are listed at the bottom left with small icons. Clicking an NPC's face lets you talk to them. It's simple, but very effective. It's reminiscent of choosing dialogue options in old point-and-click games like Broken Sword. You can't see the models of the NPCs in the world, but they do have drawn avatars when talking to you. Vindictus is also a game with a great deal of reading, and I don't mind reading as long as what I am reading is relevant. Unfortunately, as we'll see later, it really isn't. Quests in the game are broken down into stories, and each storyline has major events that you play through. Then you can go back and replay those encounters with increased difficulty later. Pressing H brings up the area map. It's a very old school RPG vibe going on. So far, Vindictus feels like an amalgamation of various design choices from various styles of game. Action combat, RPG interface, point and click dialogue. It's not that it doesn't work, it just feels disjointed. We are now sent to the docks to access the battle board. This is the main travel hub. From here, you choose which location to go to and which encounter or mission to play at that location. If you're just following the story, there's also a handy story progression button which will send you where you need to go. Each battle can have enhancers added on once you are a higher level, so you can grind one level again and again and again for resources, kind of like Warframe. So and this is what Vindictus really is. It's not an open world MMO. It's an online RPG with multiplayer elements and instance locations you travel to, kind of like Guild Wars 1. Each level is short and linear. You kill the enemies to progress, and that's pretty much it. I opens the inventory. You can see your equipped weapons with a little E highlighted in the corner. Equipped items remain in your inventory, taking up inventory space, so management is going to matter later. I also discover you can pick up most of the objects in the actual level and smack enemies around with them. Not sure why you'd want to do this when your regular weapon is better, but hey, whatever floats your boat. You can also press G to see each level's extra objectives, like kill 5 enemies with a spear. Completing these gets you bonus rewards, another comparison to Guild Wars 1. Now we get shown bombs and spears, secondary weapons we can pick up and use while in missions. Throwing a spear can knock an enemy down, but the camera follows the path of the spear and your character is routed for the throw duration, so not the best tactical choice for a melee fighter, at least not solo. Fight your way to the final room and then face a boss. Win by spamming left click. And when you land the killing blow, the game goes into slow-mo mode and you get this multi-angle camera switch. Now, the angle the camera chooses is seemingly random because it can clip under the floor
Kill
or
141 elves.
multiple times in a row, making
How
this
about
quite a
no?
jarring moment. Collect all of the dropped
Do
loot
it.
from the boss, and then a pop-up
And what's
window
gonna
asks
murder
if we want
elves?
to return to town. I suppose
Kill
I do.
154
Chat to the mercenary
black
people some more, get
demons.
told about skills, press V to
So it begins again.
Yeah. We might do a few things before before we go into it. But yeah, why not? We could be done. We could be done. I could be done. It could be done. I will be done by my shiny bark. Alright, I do want to at least do a birdhouse run.
To open the skills list, upgrade skills with gold, and then AP or action points. Gain AP by doing missions. Each skill has a nice little video showing what it does and what button you need to click to activate it. However, the numbers such as damage, cooldown or range aren't easy to find, so good system with some deeper information missing. And that's basically the game. Finishing missions grants you resources you'll use to level up items and equipment and skills, so go and grind. It's fantasy Warframe, and I should love that, because I love fantasy and I love Warframe, so I'm on board with this idea, let's go and do it. However, just like Warframe, once you're a few minutes in, it gets somewhat overwhelming. I've gained loads of resources, I don't yet quite understand how they relate to each other, and I've already seen a load of systems mentioned and not been trained on them. Vindictus is a game which does indeed contain a lot of good stuff, but the journey a new player goes on isn't smooth enough to really retain mainstream casual appeal. Back into some missions, kill some spiders, then break these bridge supports to lower the bridge, so combat does have use in environmental puzzle solving. I really like that. The levels themselves are short and simple. It feels very PlayStation 2 adventure game in a charming way, the simple textures and straight line level layouts. The bosses, however, are somewhat disappointing. Mechanically, they're not really that much different to a mob enemy, but with much more health. More story, get told to level up some skills, then a pop-up tells me I can learn all the skills eventually, so order I gain them in doesn't really matter. Vindictus at this point feels fun, but flawed. It's the lack of polish I'm noticing. The NPC avatar images not having the same graphical style as the UI, the skill menu being somewhat messy, the audio randomly cutting out every now and again. The game is no doubt enjoyable and I can see the quality, but there is a definite rough around the edges feeling to it. Take this null necklace to a jewelry shop and level up, complete with intrusive level goal overlay pop-up where you get gifts.
Be revolution. Then I could cancel the rest of the task, or I could block the task while on the task, and never sully my demons again.
And presents and prizes just for playing. This is such a stark contrast to the classic RPG vibe I was getting earlier. Are you going for dark, serious, story-focused RPG, or light-hearted, flashy boss grinder? Each system or design choice isn't individually bad, but Vindictus doesn't feel completely coherent with all of its aesthetics. The plot goes on about some Gnoll attack and some Fomorian emblems being discovered and how the Gnolls and giant spiders might be working together. All of this means go and run through some more linear combat sections and left click a lot. Oh, there are now traps. Maybe they'll add in an element of platforming and avoidance based gameplay, but nope, no, you can tank trap damage fine. Nothing to worry about here. Fight this boss and get the option to continue the storyline directly from the level with no need to
use a
return
day
to
late
town,
in a
so now
PvP
town
short.
itself is
You
becoming redundant.
PvPers?
Also, I feel I should mention I'm playing the game in December. Hence,
You are slowpoke, but okay.
I was watching television.
Well, you never answered Talon when he asked.
I did. I
when-
responded. I said I'm watching Big Brother.
No, he asked
I
how
asked
long.
when.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. I was crafting.
Yeah, you were watching Big Brother. You freaking brother big.
I was macroed. Like the things are scrolling too fast. I can't. Nobody
This guy doesn't
can
have
see
a
in
separate
chat
chat
that I'm
window so he
gay.
can switch off that crap.
I saw in chat that you were gay. I saw it. Alright, hold on. I'll boot it back up. Fine.
It's just more.
I'm actually
free
surprised
points for
Ivan's
you.
booting it back up.
Same.
Well, he caught me before I got geared up for monkeys. I wouldn't go if I was already in the monkey trip.
Monkeys. Where the fuck is the Sylvic vendor? There it
What?
is. Buying hello?
I understand why you're visiting the Sylvic vendor. I don't understand how you can't find it.
I'm blind. Well, what the fuck? Who wants to buy me a marsh green dye?
Like, Have you not done the rep at all?
Apparently, I have 0 sylph tokens.
Well, you just
You
do
don't need
few
silk
dailies,
tokens,
and
use
you
the
don't-
normal.
Yeah, you just buy it from the.
They have a
Not in the
kill
thing.
vendor.
Purchase items.
Is he dumb?
Am I dumb?
Yes.
No, you're not allowed to whisper that. I'm the one who's saying it. It says Sylphic Vendor in Garland Tools.
Look,
You buy it for 216
What is it?
tokens.
No, you do not buy it for
Marsh green.
216
I mean,
tokens.
coin.
Yes,
Real
dollars. Yes.
I can do a currency chain. Nope.
Are you at the
Wait.
top of a house?
Yeah, I'm talking to the Sylphic Vendor. They have items for sale. but
Tell
they
him
don't
how
have-
can he do it? How can't he find it?
Either he hasn't actually done self rep or he's just dumb.
Hold on, I'm going to North Shroud. No,
It's East Shroud.
going to East Shroud.
Evan's going to bot lane.
Bot lane.
Yes, you say bot, but mean top, so on
No
and so forth.
No tribal daily quest accepted prior. Oh, do I have? What?
You can check your character pane to see your rep levels as well. By the way.
Character, reputation, realm reborn, sylphs. I'm
Why am
trusted.
Why am I leader?
Or I'm neutral.
Okay, then you have not done any. What do you need?
Marsh green, please.
How many? Just one?
1
You need it for the thing?
for my glam.
You can just get it off the market board.
Do you need it for fashion report or for?
No, just for
Fashion
fun.
report's not out yet.
Oh. Well, here you get 2 because I thought we needed it for fashion report.
Thank you.
I made you made me make arrow shafts. I didn't sign up to make arrow shafts. I'm gonna make maple longbows.
Fernie found your Reddit account, Q.
What is it?
Are there any jobs that rival Bard complexity?
True. No. The answer's no. I think it's just probably Black Mage is more complicated than Bard.
Everything's more complicated than Bard.
Ah, maybe.
I guess there's some complication in your wonky fucking song rotations.
Yeah.
Alright, why am I leader? No.
Because we both signed out and so it
Talon, you're
automatically
leader,
gave you
invite
leader.
Q, let's get it. Let's suffer through Ice Day. We're playing with Q, so this
Oh,
one
it's
is going to
Ice
suck.
Day?
Yeah, well it's too late now, I'm already on. You have to go.
It's Ice Day!
And you missed the good game where we freaking dominated.
Yeah,
so.
we cleaned up.
Darn.
To be
Will I
fair,
be able to
it was
make my
our
glam
big
in
ice
time?
twice. But to be fair, when it wasn't our big ice, we were still taking it over 2/3 of the time. Squeak up, love fire.
Alright, come on, Q swap.
Oh, sorry.
So now you'll complain if you don't swap first.
Thank you. Okay.
I found Yulia.
You're Yulia.
I found fake Yulia.
Claim complete.
I'm complete. How was your big brother? Was it everything you dreamed?
No, it was bad.
Oh, what a surprise. A
person
reality TV
who
show is
won
bad?
would win. Did we talk about Survivor last night?
No.
Was I online last night? Someone mentioned Magirna. They had an entire discussion about Pokemon. Someone mentioned Magirna and the Masuda method, which was wild.
I mean, Pokemon's the biggest media franchise in the world.
That's true, but like Masuda method is fairly obscure.
No. 4 gens ago? Yes.
I don't think does it work anymore? I guess it does.
Yeah,
You don't even
it's
have
just
to breed anymore.
yeah, it's just breeding takes too long compared to using the shiny sandwich farm technique, reset, manipulate.
Yeah, how are your sandwiches, Q? When's the last time you made a sandwich for your Pokemon?
Sandwich. I don't have to anymore because the DLC gives the type sandwiches that I use. So never.
Doctor misses the Monarch. Is that a Venture
That's a Venture Brothers
shit?
reference?
I know of the Venture Brothers. Wait, that's the arms for the poor person. I didn't think that was the same.
Does Pretty know we beat V12S?
Hold on. I'll join you. Look at how small mine is.
Yours is so small. It's the actual size.
Baby.
A not so mega embolistoma. There's a lot of Lollifells in this one.
Strong.
Is that good or bad news?
I don't know.
Well, the bad news is opposite
Bad news
ice.
is yeah.
Good news
Okay,
is
well we
Wing
have a bad
was
team.
broken. Yeah. Got a PvE team. Oh, this warrior's AFK. Let's get him. He moved.
Yeah, the rest of yellow's coming back. Pay for your free lunch.
I mean, I don't think we can catch him though. We don't have a CC. Unless he's bad.
I got it, don't worry.
We should wait until he tries to get away. Like now. Okay, well he ran
He
into
went
a wall.
directly into a wall. There we
Alright,
go.
well we got something.
We did it. Read it.
We didn't do much.
Team is still up there hitting small ice.
Yeah, well.
Black Mage. They won't even notice. Got him! Alright, back. Frick, I might pay for my sins. I'm not paying for crap.
Samurai, maybe?
He might have LB by now.
We're getting. Generous of LB at.
Yeah, our team's busy PvEing again. I do now.
I don't. Where do we want to drop?
We can't, there's nowhere to drop right now. Could have smart where to drop.
Go for talent.
Hi, Pat.
Go for talent.
Guys playing Fortnite.
So here, go for that.
Oh. Yeah, I'm about to get down though. 10 kills on the board right now. Oh, watch the samurai! No! Okay, I dodged.
Get him!
Same.
Oh, he's gonna get away because of red. Frick.
Damn it. Gotta drop it in.
Alright, well at least it's mid, so we can probably have some good LBs here. We'll just have to choose. I think red is who we want to jump on. But
2 knockouts. Alright, let me know when we're ready.
yeah.
I'm ready.
I'm getting Dark Knighted.
I'm getting. Oh,
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on.
dead,
Yeah.
actually.
You guys weren't prepared.
Well, I got stunned.
Okay, well, let me know when you're back.
On the way.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep.
Landing on him. On red, that is.
Yeah, same.
Okay,
Alright,
well,
well, I missed it.
yeah, you were here.
I wasn't back yet.
How are you not back? It's mid.
Yeah.
I revived. What about I died was hard
I just wanted to make
understand.
sure that we got them before they left.
You
because
didn't
they were
die,
leaving.
so that's why he was there the whole time.
They were leaving, so we needed to kill them quickly.
Well, we didn't. I just died instead. We didn't do anything. We can't do anything.
I got a KO.
You hit their like front line too. Bad,
I
bad
didn't.
gamer. What do you mean? No, you didn't. You didn't hit the
I hit-
people I was hitting in the back line.
Oh, well, that's your fault.
So
He's
you
a
hit the front
summoner. He's
line.
gonna stand back and not.
No, he does. He actually doesn't. You're allowed to move up.
Well, I
Did
mean,
you know
he's
that?
not going
Or-
to go in because he's a lazy summoner. Is what I'm saying.
Did you?
How dare you.
Did you know any class can, in fact, be more than 30 yalms, or be less than 30 yalms away?
We're somehow winning?
No, we're not.
No, we're not. But also, our team just went around hitting small points the entire start of the match.
Yeah,
so
I mean, we might
we
be
have no
winning
battle
now.
high, but-
Yeah, we might not be winning now, but the first time we're collapsed on, we're just gonna fold because we can't compete with a bunch of battle high. The fact that no one's tried to even like come near us.
Yeah,
is
no,
cringe.
that's.
Crazy.
But yeah, like Red's way
But if they're
ahead
hitting
of
a
us.
small node, I don't really understand.
Red's like way ahead
Not
of us
anymore.
conceptually. No, like
Yeah, no, I.
let's kill this ass if we can get him. Oh, I guess we'll get this. I want to kill the ass. I feel better
Taking
now.
my battle high back.
Oh, is that the Dragoon who just went up in the air?
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's our Dragoon.
Oh.
Why? They're gonna try to give us the terps.
Yeah.
I'm dead. I got munked. And I have my LB too. And we're not gonna get to use.
Alright, well, red is fucked off to another dimension.
Where are they getting smalls?
I guess? They don't even appear on the map right now.
I know. Do we want to?
I'm here. The samurai just used his thing.
Okay. I use my.
Our team's bad. I mean,
Yep.
I'm just dead again.
But we have, like, no support here.
That too.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna lose. Whatever. Unless we get lucky, like unless we get free things, we're just gonna keep hemorrhaging points because we can't fight anybody. Red's in our base too. We're not gonna be able to deal with them either. Oh, they're all in. All of red is in our base. Why?
That explains where they went.
I want this black mage. There we go. We're gonna LB the point.
I
don't
don't
have
even
an
have my
LB.
LB up. I mean, right now I'm actually just focused on not.
And dead
being
again.
So, yeah. Where did you die?
I was fighting yellow.
I would not bother trying to fight anyone. Our team sucks. I'm gonna just opportunistically try to pick people off. Oh look, we're in last place now, just like I predicted.
What this ast that's right here?
No, just run away. Our team's bad. Like, our team's awful. Look at where they are on
Alright,
the
well,
map.
our point's up, but red's here.
Yeah, we should have known when they all went for small ice at the beginning. There was just no way this would win.
Well, maybe I can LB them after I get
Yeah,
all
I'm
of them
LB.
first. Wounded dead.
Nope, I'm dead. Because our team just let a ninja walk up to me in full, like, when I was all the way at the back of our base.
Oh.
We're just
Yeah,
gonna
I
lose.
saw.
This game's, like, this is complete trash. No one's fighting.
I'm staring at the Steam store for like 30 minutes.
Trying to figure out what to play.
Kill all these people in this corner. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Have
we
you heard
got
of a little
bunch them
game
back
called Monster Rancher 2?
Never heard of it.
Nope. Yeah, actually I heard it from you.
That doesn't sound like me.
It sounds
Sound bad. Sounds like it's time to read him an echo, IMO.
It does sound like that.
This is why nothing's.
Why did somebody target the Dark Knight with a 1? That's the worst idea I've ever heard in my life.
Yellow, you know, oh, they're all backing up too fast.
Summoner, why would that ever work?
Should we kill this ast?
Yeah,
More yellow incoming.
got him.
Watch out, Ivan.
I'm fine.
fucking...
Use that stone.
Oh god, I just saved Q.
Yeah.
Why the fuck is our entire team up
I
there?
don't know, dude. I think because they're getting a small ice.
Okay, so let's go through their base to pinch.
The answer is yes, we pinch. Just do it. Machinist? God, alright. LBs, anyone?
I don't have mine.
Got mine.
Frick! Red stole that kill. That's bad.
This is really not the time, Mom. Samurai will be yet.
No, their thing is up. Here they go.
No, I used thing!
Guard doesn't save you.
Yeah, guard
Oh,
doesn't.
it doesn't?
The only thing that can protect you is weird rounding errors.
I can't believe we're doing it. Shouldn't be possible.
I'm LBing Red's backline right now.
Do it. Cause with chaos I can.
Yeah, we just need to throw our bodies in there, honestly. Steal all the kills that we can
Yeah.
from yellow. Okay, we're good. We're not good. We're not good, but we don't want to go too deep into red.
No.
We want plausible tie when this big node comes up. That's like our best bet, honestly.
Watch out for this Dragoon. Kill it.
I'm a million miles.
No.
I'll beat the point and anyone near it.
Kill the second other dragoon. Oh, never mind. Nope.
Yeah, Bird wins.
Well. That was not TG, don't lie. Well, thanks for suffering with me.
We knew it would happen. This is Q gaming. All right, since I was nice to Q, the game has to give me my last Z Knight. Being nice to Q should be rewarding.
Sorry, being nice to Q means they actually take one of the Z Knights out of your bank.
No, they can't do this to me.
Speedo sound. Huge one. Good name.
I don't get it. Can you explain?
Huge one. Like a large number one.
I don't get it. Can you explain?
Yeah, there's just a big number, like a giant number one. They peed a lot.
Wait, what?
Can you unexplain?
No. Alright. Okay, so we made the far more important glam items, so now we need to make some food.
We have one more fight. How could you need more food?
No, I need crafting food.
Gotta bring my bunk hammer. Bunk. My horny hammer. When you're horny, you get the bunks. That's what I say. Well, go to the right inventory slot, you stupid bastard. You damn bastard. Yeah, I've got another game you need to buy and tell me if it's good.
Okay.
It's called... What did I say it was called? The Princess... Slay the Princess.
Yeah, Slay the Princess.
Is it on Steam?
Yes, it's on Steam sale, in fact.
I don't think I can participate in the misogynistic slaying of women.
Well, she seems like she might slay you back, so...
What if she deserves it, though?
Well, I think that's like the game's premise.
Wait, if she deserves it, then is it my such?
No, she literally in the picture for the game says, "Please don't."
Yeah, but I mean.
Okay, yes, and then if you watch a little further, she takes the knife and starts fucking trying to carve your heart out. So.
I don't like art.
You don't like
the art for that was not. Yeah, the art looks bad.
Good. It looks good. What do you mean you don't like the art? Looks very well done.
It's no backpack battles.
Yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah, it's no backpack battles.
Well, I heard it's also pretty short. I heard it's like 3 or 4 hours most. Do everything.
Okay, well I have to November 2nd to decide. So.
I told Pat to play it, but he went.
Pat.
He's dead.
No.
Why aren't you playing more Core Keeper with Abe?
You beat it.
No.
Sure would be funny. Funny, hee hee. First monkey. So I don't have to do a monkey task. Hee hee. No monkey business for me.
What?
I'm sorry, Pat, all video games have been deleted from here on out.
Nar.
Cancel culture took them away.
Culture is real.
It's real and it can hurt you. Cancel culture coming soon to a theater near you. Because the movie was canceled. Because the movie was canceled. Because
okay.
The theater didn't sell enough tickets. Cancel culture.
True.
Literally canceled. They finally melted down the Robert E. Lee statue in Richmond.
They did?
Yeah, and conservatives are mad because they're literally erasing history. It's impossible to know who Robert E. Lee is unless his statue is in the very center of the city, like on a pedestal. I bet you guys.
It's so very funny to me that, like, basically Germany immediately erased all evidence that Hitler existed.
Oh, it's not funny. It's intentional because the daughters of the Confederacy are scum.
Yeah.
They literally were like, "Oh no, my daddy couldn't have been a traitor. Quick, make a statue of him. It's heritage, not hate. LaBelle, it was definitely not slavery. Never was." And this happened in like the 1970s. from some really old women. That's why you gotta slay the princess. She's a Southern sympathizer.
True. I guess I need to make this high quality, don't I? Fine. Fine.
Apparently the guild's popping off again. That means it's time for me to pop off, right? I do like getting these adamantite bars. Those are nice. A nice convenience item. Bunk. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him with the bunk.
I'm gonna go watch some YouTube videos and on my bed because I'm so bored.
Oh,
Have fun on your bed.
Alright, see
sorry.
ya.
They call that depression. He's got depression.
Yeah.
Somebody help. Get that bird in here.
Depression.
Right, well, have fun.
He's already
Go
gone.
left.
Not that bird. The blue bird.
No, that bird. Oh, I haven't found your next MMO, Q.
Oh yeah.
Digimon World Online. It's very good.
No, it's apparently very bad.
What? No, that's not what I heard at all. I heard it was very good. You need to play it right now.
That's what I heard. But you know what is my MMO that I need to play right now?
A Maple Story.
Pokemon Unite.
That's not an MMO.
That's not an MMO.
It's basically an MMO.
Incorrect.
That is not an MMO. Take it back.
MMOs do not work that way.
Yeah, I'm playing a caster.
Monkey Tail.
Oh, I guess
Right.
I would play if I didn't have to grind. So I guess I'm saved.
Talon, I got a Monkey Tail. That ain't right.
Isn't that one of the
Monkey D.
rare
Luffy?
ones?
It is, but I have literally no use for it.
No, I know, but I mean, well, wait, couldn't you make a second crossbow though?
No, because I only have one crossbow frame.
Well, yes, but I mean, now you're set up for when you get the other crossbow frame. Clearly.
Dang, that could have been the end of it. I saw the item. I saw it was a strange color, and I was like, I'm done. Free, but no. Wrong
Yes,
color.
I realize it's useless. I'm just saying, isn't that still one of the really rare items that is far rarer than the stupid gem you need?
Yes, it is. We've got equivalent amounts of the stupid gem and the other thing.
2 monkey tails, 3 gems.
No, 3 monkey tails, 3 gems.
Oh, 3 monkey. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Three monkey tails, 3 gems, 1 gun, 1 light frame, 4 other things. Huh? I switched. Murder this monkey right now. Bonk him. Oh, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Another successful bonk. And the worst part is how much focus these guys take. I just wanna I was expecting to like
It's the Christmas
zone out.
outfits on the NPCs. This is seasonal design. They don't just really love Santa. Now we're given a load of plot, items, weapons, armor, and skills all at once. We are showered in upgrades and advancements, and we're not really given a chance to process it all before we're thrown into more gameplay. And the gameplay of Vindictus is really enjoyable. The combat system is great. The main problem with the gameplay is the lackluster way of linking the combat sections together and the somewhat slapdash feeling of all the connecting systems and the gameplay outside of these combat encounters. I've also just started to speed read the plot when I realised no matter what the NPCs tell me, the answer is always go and kill some nameless grunts and then a disappointing boss in a small linear level. There's mining in the game too, and you mine by throwing bombs at resource rocks. I'm sure this ore will come in useful if the game ever bothers to explain crafting. First time we need to climb. Press E to scramble up a cliff. I don't know why this is here. Having vertical elements to a level only matters if being above or below something is relevant for gameplay or story reasons, or a level has multiple layers. But this is just a cliff for the sake of a cliff. I like the fact it's got climbing. I dislike the fact they haven't actually used climbing in any relevant way when they've introduced it to you. And ironically, directly after the cliff, they have an archer tower shooting you from above, and you already know you need to kill all the enemies to advance from zone to zone. So good game design would have the tower be indestructible from the bottom and require climbing to reach the enemy on top, thus combining the climbing mechanic we've just discovered and the elevated enemy we know we need to kill. But no.
It is right there waiting for you. We literally gave it to you completed.
Maybe.
The preview for the next. What do you mean maybe? It is there.
You can't prove that.
We can.
Yes, I can.
We have the Discord receipts.
Or...
You can do it again too.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. They already released the next volume's preview like they do. You could wait an arbitrary month. Or you could discuss it with us now. I'm almost at 1,000 gorilla. It'd be crazy if I was done by 1,000 gorilla. Hee hee hee. Ooh.
She was ready for Brittany to ride around in this dumb Fall Guys rhinoceros all the time.
Oh. Wait, when does Fall Guys start? Next week?
Yeah, next Tuesday.
Oh, the baby. When are we finishing?
Variant will be there too.
When are we finishing Ass?
Good question. What are we, you?
Yeah, it's up to you and Dave. Me and Talon have no life.
Tell Dave.
Why don't you communicate with Dave because you're the one who will have schedule issues.
I'm dead.
Yeah. If you and Dave can agree on a time, me and Talon will literally just show up. As if we are freaking ghosts in a shell of some kind.
I don't get it.
We see nobody puts ghosts in a shell. That's ridiculous.
So you can just destroy the tower by hitting it from the bottom. Reach the boss and... Hang on, I know this map. This arena is the same as the last mission. I've only been playing for 2 hours and we are reusing maps already. Oh dear. Kill the boss, laugh at the cinematic camera glitching underground, and then return to town. Oh, the game has titles. Here's a very nice touch. Every title you earn grants bonuses, but you gain the bonuses even if you...
Okay, I'm gonna go watch some TV and grind. See ya.
Sounds about right. See ya.
From following the story, and then your title choice is cosmetic, not mechanical. I have noticed that the loading screens between areas are also overly sexy. I'm kind of hoping Vindictus hasn't fallen into the less content, more cleavage design trap, but I'm worried it might have done. So let's talk about the combat, because when people try to sell me Vindictus, they sell me the amazing, complex, deep, responsive, fast, engaging combat system, and I need to be honest with you. It does look nice, and it does feel nice, and it does control nice. But for my entire 8-hour play, I only ever needed to left click. I threw in some dodges and abilities for good measure, and I drank a potion or two, but 8 hours. I could have spam left click and just won. Now, if your combat system gets better, that's fine, but please understand, if this is the experience most players will come away with, you're not really impressing anyone. If Vindictus truly does have the complex combat people keep going on about, maybe consider, I don't know, making use of it within the first few fights. Earlier I said this game reminded me of Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is a game which, within the first hour or two, already has you in incredibly complicated fights that require you to understand the system. Vindictus looks nice and it controls nice, but it's not exactly challenging or engaging for the first 8 hours. You don't need to understand what you're doing to win. And because of this, most new players won't ever bother learning to understand what they're doing. Eventually I finish the Null storyline by beating the final boss, and I discover now I don't even need to manually walk to the NPCs to chat to them or hand in quests. You can start all dialogue and travel by clicking the quest list on the right hand side of the screen. So Vindictus isn't really a world, it's a vehicle for levels to be connected together. So while I'm progressing, let's just have a read of some reviews and see what other people think. Oh, you added a warrior priestess with a Japanese-style single-edged sword and scabbard, and you named it Dinar. Fantastic. Tell me, did you ever fix that copy-paste level design? Or how camera decides to play paparazzi when you complete a mission? Very interesting indeed. Super fun gameplay, although I've skipped the story for the most part. If your goal is to get into a game for its toughness versus bosses, then this is the game for you. The only real reason that's stopping you from beating the boss is you. This game has easy early game, and I mean like a 5-year-old could beat it, but once you arrive at the halfway point in Season 3, that's when the game starts to change. If your goal is to fight bosses and kick ass, then you need to be willing to put a few hours into learning the game before you get there. And that's what the game does until the end of Season 3. This game is great, and I freaking love it. This game is one of the only games where it 100% takes my focus from everything around me. I would say that's a great game in my opinion. Old, badly optimised, boring, grindy, pricey, and unnecessarily sexual for a combat game. What a waste of good idea and unlimited potential, but sadly there aren't really any better alternatives out there. Real-time action, PvE, MMO, Souls-like. I guess the hardest part is to nail the network latency to sync enemy mechanics and iframes. I was a player on West server that has now quit the game entirely. I have experienced the game from 1 to 80 and currently have a level 80 character, as long as 60 to 70 for most other characters, so all of what I have to say is from experience. Pros: combat is engaging and skill-based. Engine can be funny at times. Cons: Nexon is a terrible company. The community is full of trolls and elitists. Economy fluctuates rapidly without rhyme or reason. Pay to win, unbalanced classes. Early endgame is intimidating and unrewarding. Progression becomes incredibly difficult. Like others, I have very mixed feelings about the game. I have really enjoyed it, and getting my first character to max level at least seemed somewhat rewarding, but once you get to endgame, you realise that the whole things is just a massive grindfest. Pay to win. You will spend countless, and I mean countless hours grinding for gold or materials for armor and weapons, etc., and soon realize that it is futile. Your weapons permanently break when trying to enhance or enchant them unless you pay a ridiculous amount of money for protection. It costs $20 simply to protect your weapon when enchanting. Mind you, that is only good for one enchant. If it fails, you still have your weapon, but you have to pay another $20 just to attempt an enchant again. Have a chat to this strange traveller. This isn't the main storyline. Thankfully, the side quests are easy to tell apart, so you don't get your paths muddled too much. Then I get sent to fix a broken sword at this forge, which means going to the forge, seeing a lovely new backdrop, and talking to more NPCs using the click system. Honestly, it's unusual, but it's not bad. Then another glitch. I get told about the travel menu. I press G to open it, and it doesn't open. But the tutorial continues, and we get this ghostly overlay which is meant to be breaking down the travel menu layout, but instead is just on the screen. Another example of the lack of polish. Thankfully, when I can open the travel menu later, it's not difficult to figure out. More flaws. Look at the text inside the conversation response dialog box. It spills out of the box bounds underneath a graphic. Small things like this make the game look amateur. So there's no actual need to travel to NPCs because you can accept all quests and drive the story from clicking on the UI, and now there's no need to travel to the docks to access the battle board. In fact, you can play Vindictus while standing completely still. Every system you need can be accessed from the UI. There's no actual need for this 3D village at all. If the levels are the content and the hub is just a prep area, it could just be one big menu screen. There's no reason to explore. Now we are heading into the icy caverns, and I do like how you can see your character's breath in the cold. That's a lovely graphical touch. fight some ice goblins, and I was really hoping for a difficulty spike, but no, there's nothing new. But what annoys me the most is how the change in location isn't bringing anything new to the game mechanically. The ice caverns are, gameplay-wise, just a reskin. There's nothing to actually make the level feel different to the destroyed temples. Both aesthetics are just corridors leading to open rooms with big battles. The temples didn't have levers or puzzles or different routes or hidden corridors. The ice caves didn't have icy patches or cave-ins or snowdrifts. Vindictus is mechanically extremely samey. It's not so much a fantasy world as it is just a level-based repetitive fighting game. Look, we even get a drop-down section, but no reason for it to exist. It's a vertical change for no reason. It's like the devs knew that video games had to have vertical aspects to them, but didn't know why. Verticality in MMOs is a big enough topic to be an entire video, so I can't get into it too much here. Let's take a step back and just have a look at the games I've compared Vindictus to so far and see why it's not living up to them. The hub areas and mission-based gameplay of Guild Wars 1, the fantasy action combat of Terra, the level select and resource gathering of Warframe, the conversation mechanics of Broken Sword, and a classic RPG feel. Vindictus can be compared to lots of really good games, but despite having several good systems, it doesn't feel finished. The combat is fluid and has complexity, but it's not challenging enough to need you to understand it or experience it. The levels are nice to look at, but they're not deep to go and explore again. The story is there, but it's not connected to the gameplay. You can't bring along NPCs. You can't go and take on named enemies that you've built up a rapport with. The RPG elements are present, such as equipping new items or weapons, but they're not fleshed out enough to actually change the feeling of the game to a substantial degree. You don't notice when you are wearing better armor because you weren't dying before and you're not dying now. You don't notice when you equip a new weapon because you were doing fine before and you're still doing fine. Playing Vindictus is like watching a really good amateur dramatic performance. Yes, it's decent, but it's just not got that professional level of polish that you find on Broadway or in the West End. So how's the cash shop look? Because honestly, it's not been pushed on me, which is nice. So let's see what we can find here. Ah, right. This is probably why it isn't pushed, because when you look at it, your opinion will begin to sour. Vindictus is a Nexon game, so of course it's pay for mechanical advantage. You can buy megaphones to talk on the server, and whenever I see megaphones, that's a sign a game might be a little greedy. Then I see enchantment runes, which prevent an item breaking during a failed upgrade, which lets me know there's an upgrade system. It can sometimes fail, and you're going to be buying a lot of these if you want to fully upgrade stuff. Goddess Grace. Instantly get back up at full health. Wow, so death in missions, the only mechanical stopping moment, can be circumvented if you have enough money, like putting another coin into an arcade machine. You can even get mass Goddess Grace for the rest of your team. One personal Goddess Grace costs 300 NX, and you can buy 1000 NX for $1. That's a nice easy conversion rate. But look, you don't even get a discount if you buy more. So with Goddess Grace, that's just 30 cents to get back up and not die in any mission. So what's the most expensive thing I can find? Thankfully, it's not crazy. There's a die pack for $34, or some pets which help you by attacking enemies or making your mining better, or a monthly VIP system, or even better, a VVIP system. Very, very important person. I'm not even making that up. 30 days of VVIP will increase your experience, action point gain, and give you extra
999 gorilla. Will there be a 100 gorilla bonus? Just gorilla for it.
daily raid runs and will only cost you, regular price, $28 a month. It's on sale right now, but wow, $28 a month for a monthly optional sub seems a little bit steep. You can pay $11.90 for 90 days of increased bank storage, or $11.90 for a single armor enhancement rune, guaranteeing the armor upgrades from +9 to +10 or +10 to +11. That means there is a minimum of +11 in the game. How long do you think it's going to take you to get all of your armor to there? For $3, you can just straight up buy 1,000 action points to improve your skills. That is the most blatant example of buying power I can find in the shop. Give us money, you can upgrade your skills. $2.90 gets you a 7-day 70 to 90 armor contract, allowing you, and bear with me, to wear all items within that level range, provided you are within that level range. So hang on, does that mean if you're level 70 and you purchase this contract, you can equip level 90 armor, and this works in PvP? What the hell? I leave the shop because it's making me sad, and oh, if you press K, you can open the quick battle system. It's basically the battle board from the docks, but anywhere. Vindictus truly is a hub-based UI game. Also for this quest, nice little Easter egg I noticed, they've used the image of Einstein sticking his tongue out as a character reference. So I set off to do this mission, and the game crashes. Fantastic. I'm actually amazed that a crash has taken this long, given all the other small issues we've found. Vindictus isn't a bad game, it's just a neglected game which hasn't dotted the I's or crossed the T's. It's made up of some conflicting design ideas which just haven't married together very well. If you want me to care about your characters and world, don't make exploring it via the in-game village irrelevant when you've got a travel anywhere system. Honestly, Vindictus feels like going to a decent restaurant, and the food is okay, but everything else is just off. The floor is sticky, the music is skipping, the lights are either too bright or too dim, the window is open so it's drafty, the chef is a little bit late, the drinks are a bit warm. Nothing individually is enough to make you leave, but when combined, it doesn't make you want to stay. I feel in trying to streamline the process of playing the game, they've removed the emotional connection to that process. One level feels exactly the same as another. Enjoyable but vapid. It's closer to Dynasty Warriors, mindless hack and slash fun, not RPG material. I finish a mission and get more unlocks and more upgrades, and by now I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed with ephemera and lacking in actual coherent direction. Look, a hub-based game means you don't have to build a consistent world. This leaves you free to create a tight narrative and build up emotional connections to peoples and places, like Guild Wars 1. And having short missions means you can focus on making them intensely fun with tightly designed corridors, open spaces, or vertical sections with multiple routes to success, like Warframe. And having action combat means you can build up big battles and big bosses with lots of mechanics that test your reaction time, like Terror. You've got all of these elements, but you've not actually focused on any of them. At the end of this mission, I get swarmed by bosses, and I'm actually starting to struggle, and now I'm enjoying it, because finally I am not too powerful to just steamroll everything. Gameplay is now happening. Here we go. This is the moment I start to have fun. And then I unlock a new power, transform into a super OP godlike mode, and just return to left-click spamming. You were so close, game. You were so close to finding the correct difficulty curve, but then you were so worried that that challenge might put players off, you've given them an I win ability and forced them to use it. Shame. Back in the main hub, I see some of the cosmetics and, yes, I guess they did go down the cleavage over content route. Double shame. So Vindictus, it's got elements of many great games within, and it has callbacks and feelings that make you think of other better games, but none of them fleshed out enough to call it the focus of this game. It's got touches of quality buried under a plethora of smaller mistakes. It's got all the things a game needs without really playing to the strengths of what having those things actually means or allows you to do. It's a decent free MMO. It's got nice visuals when they're not clipping through cutscenes, audio is fine when it works, the levels are linear but short and somewhat fun. It's not offensively bad, it's just not impressively good either. So, to end the review, I will award Vindictus the disappointing abandoned love child of Guild Wars 1 and Terror out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. Terra feels like you've invaded a Victoria's Secret fashion show and given everyone a giant medieval weapon, apart from the one girl you've given a massive sci-fi laser cannon to. Terra is a directionless fantasy dress-up simulator with a combat system attached. It is the MMO equivalent of playing with Barbie's dream house and trying to recreate scenes from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Terra is what would happen if an anime convention and an underwear model convention accidentally booked the same convention centre at the same time and both sides got on far too well. Terra is a complete mess, and yet is unapologetically fun because when it embraces what a mess it is, it's actually extremely enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff, ring the bell for all the future notifications, and as usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Terra, or the exiled realm of Arborea. Now, I'm willing to bet even some long-term Terra players didn't know Terra was an acronym, and that's because while Terra does have lore and history and character writing, absolutely none of it matters. This is a game where gameplay is the primary, secondary, and tertiary focus, and all of the context and historical in-game info is just a rotting scrap on the pristine boot of the impossibly attractive characters. Terra is on Steam, it's free, and it's actually sitting at the quite respectable, mostly positive review score, so let's give it a go. Now, I've played Terra before, for quite a while actually, but this version isn't the version I played, because many years ago Terra was also run by En Masse and Gameforge, two companies at the same time. Now, both versions were basically the same, but they had different servers and different monetization methods. Cash shops sold different stuff, monthly optional membership was different prices, but then En Masse shut down and Gameforge took over everything. So if you played this years ago and you go to log back on now, you might find you've lost your character. Now, my Steam is actually old enough to have both versions of Terra installed, and if you go to the Steam charts active players page, you for some reason see the old Terra coming up first, with a whopping 4 people somehow still playing. But the real Terra has a much more respectable but still not exactly good player base of 476 playing right now. So let's dive into this action combat MMO, character creation, and we're asked if we want to create an Ellin. So let's address the elephant in the room. Terra has a few different races, but it just goddamn loves the Ellin race. Ellins look like very young girls, but they're actually thousands of years old, so it's totally fine, Your Honor, the defense rests. Seriously, Terra is basically Ellin Simulator, you'll see why soon. The races in Terra fall into two broad spectrums: immensely over-sexualized, that would be your muscular humans, sleek high elves, or buff warrior lady castanics, and the over-the-top anime races like the cuddly teddy bear potpourri or the stoic baraka. So let's look at the humanoid races first. Terra is about style over substance, and nowhere does it show this better than in the armor. And if you think this is bad, wait until we get to the cosmetic cash shop later. It gets ridiculous. Terra men have muscles on their muscles. They have negative body fat percentage. Hollywood A-list actors would look at this and say this is too much. And the female characters look like you raided a teenage boy's dream. I guarantee more development time went into the player model's legs than the entire storyline. Along with the impossible proportions, many classes are race locked. So if you want to be a Valkyrie, you must be a female Castanic. If you want to be a Gunner, you must be a female. If you want to be a Reaper, you must be an Ellin, who are all female. In fact, Ellin is the only race who can play every class in the game, which means Terra wants people playing Ellins. Make of that what you will. Now, the classes themselves are actually quite fun. I'm going to play as a Brawler, a reaction-based tank who can block damage provided I block at the right time. You can customize the face shape, hair, ear position, and then preview the outfits you'll be able to progress through. Now, this is where my Terra is a dress-up game with combat attached starts to make sense. Terra puts so much effort into fashion, it is more than half the game. And not only do they have impossible costumes, they also have no consistency of aesthetic or style. Terra has no specific time period, no guiding artistic vision. The design document is just the word excess written in giant anime font. And many times Terra actually adds in outfits from other popular culture things. A few years ago, you can actually get the mobility gear from Attack on Titan, all official, and that's still in the game. There were a few months when Terra was just Erins and Levi's chopping down massive monsters. Name my tank Miss Punchy and get to watch the intro movie. Let's enjoy this together for a bit.
The divine war sundered gods and titans, destroying the world that was. Amid the tragedy, a single drop of hope coalesced to preserve one tiny part. Sheltered from time, a mystical tree grew, giving fresh eyes the power to see the world as the gods once saw it. The world's greatest scholars and magicians came to study the divine tree and protect it. They magically erased the island from mortal records. But not before the forces of evil sent their own champion.
I just need to point out this is the first intro movie, there will be more. And this first section, the magical tree, the sleeping children, the invasion, absolutely none of it will be relevant later. It is just a completely separate tutorial area. You can skip all of the dialogue and all of the emotion and all of the context of this area and you would miss absolutely nothing. Start the game and we are instantly met with a pop-up asking if we want to join the Terra Club, the optional monthly paid VIP service. At least let me play the game before you start advertising things at me, Terra. WASD movement, space is jump, left click is primary attack, right click is whatever your class's secondary attack is. For me that's a timed block. Action camera, so you aim where you look. Chat to Glennock, he needs me to collect some roots, which are literally right next to him, so we do that. Interact with stuff with the F key. Then we go and soothe a crying child. It seems the children born on this island have the sight, which lets them see creepy stuff when they dream. Cool plot, shame it doesn't matter at all. This child, Anya, has lost her doll Zozo, so we go and look for it in some nearby bushes. Then we question the other child, Jedran, about why he hid Anya's doll. I question if the name writer has ever actually met any people with real names, and now we collect some grass to fix the broken doll. What a thrilling opening. With the grass collected, we open the inventory and interact with the doll to fix it, give it back to Anya, and we're invited to a tea party. We level up and get some shiny wing effects, because of course we get a shiny wing effect on level up. How else would we know we've leveled up? Okay, so from a mechanical point of view, this opening is actually okay. We've been shown interaction, talking, collecting, using items in the inventory. It's not the worst. Now we're attacked by ghillie howls, because calling them trees wouldn't be anime enough, and Terra now gets a chance to show what it can actually do really well. Terra is combat. That's basically it. It's a combat system with an MMO attached. It's a combat system sometimes interrupted by plot. It's a combat system with fashion sprinkled on it. And as far as combat systems go, it's actually really, really good. I'll show you later what this can eventually become. In Terra, you've got your dodges, you've got your iframes, and you've got your combos. When you gain skills, which you'll gain at a breakneck pace, you can chain them together, and you auto-chain by linking them to the spacebar key. That way you can just mash spacebar to perform complex skill chains. Makes the early game fast and flashy, but becomes useless when you get to harder bosses. So it's a crutch for new players who want the spectacle, but a handicap for endgame players who want to grind and don't want to learn what the skills actually do. Captain Eamon now tells us to go to the magical tree and we gain even more skills. Pressing K opens the skills list. When you level up, you need to go and buy the skills, and as you level up, you'll unlock upgraded versions of those skills, and then glyphs, which improve them further. And honestly, you can ignore this until the end game, because the game showers you with powerful weapons and armor, so this isn't really as important as it sounds, at least not yet, and you will always have enough money to buy all the skills you need forever. Hand in some more quests to level up and gain even more skills, then some powerful new weapons and armor, and this is an important design choice. Terra never ever wants you to feel weak. It will give you, automatically and substantially, better weapons and armor every other quest. You will never need to grind for anything pre-endgame. You will drown in decent equipment. You'll also gain multiple skills between combat encounters in the early game so fast that you don't get a chance to become comfortable with what a skill does before a new one is thrown at you. Pour some water on this tree and then the village is filled with monsters. Trust me, if you're trying to keep up with the plot, just don't. You'll enjoy this game much better if you imagine you're a Playboy model going on a violent anime-themed LSD trip. That is basically Terra. Jalka says, "Run! It's the Argons! The Argons are attacking!" As if that means anything to me. So we fight back, and it seems the Argons are actually utterly pathetic because I'm a brand new character and I'm mowing them down with ease. And now the game gets close to being fun. The first mini-boss is an Argon predator monster, and fighting it's actually really enjoyable, but it's a scripted section and we need to lose. Have a chat with the Valkion Federation, the apparent good guys, and agree to go and save Anya. Seems the Argons are sapping the life force out of the magical tree for reasons, and this isn't super happy fun times for anyone, so we need to go and stop them. At least the combat's getting better, and my new skill Rampage just runs at something and punches it a lot, which is simple yet remarkably effective. Find Deplan, he gives a speech about how we need to save Anya, it's all very emotional, and then we need to light a signal flare so other Valkion Federation soldiers can come and save him. So I light the world's most pathetic flare, then head into the temple of the great and magical tree. Another cutscene. Anya has been imprisoned for reasons. and we fight to have her saved. We have a rematch with the Argon Predator from earlier, which is another really nice fight, and an example of how Terra shines when it stops trying to be anything other than a combat system. And then Anya sacrifices herself to save us. It's all very emotional. This leads to multiple quests where we pass messages from one NPC to another, despite those NPCs standing literally meters away from each other. I hate this quest design. It's incredibly lazy. Just have them talk to each other. They are right there, and then there's another cutscene.
Unable to harness the tree's power, the Argons left, content with stopping the divine sight. Without the Seer's warnings, the Argon assault began in earnest. The Valkyon Federation rallied the races together to defend against the Argons. But now, more than ever, they need strong defenders, like you.
We get given an absolute ton of new items and introduced to the Flight Master. Now, Terra isn't one huge overworld, it's several smaller maps all connected, and moving between them uses the Flight Manager, an actually quite nice preset flight path on the back of a unicorn. These flights are enjoyable the first few times because you get a lovely controllable view of the land, so you can get a feel for the general aesthetic of the area you're leaving or joining, but they can get a bit dull once you've seen them for the 100th time. Arrive in the main city of Velica via this really impressive overland flight path, then landing in the takeoff strip. We're then given a flying mount. Just straight up given one, no quest, nothing needed, just here, have a flying horse. Some areas in Terra are flight zones. Double jump while on a flying horse to begin flying. Hold shift for a speed boost. Flying drains your flight meter. When it runs out, you'll just glide gently down until you land. Now, it's important to note, as beautiful as the views from the sky are, and as amazing as flying in the game is, it was not designed for it. The city was meant to be explored on foot, and lots of the areas you can access by flying are completely glitched and broken, and haven't been updated in about 5 years. I remember when I played Terra much more often, I discovered in the opening city you could fly down into this jumble of wrongly scaled buildings and find a gap in the floor which lets you run underneath the city. I'm amazed this gap is still here. They've known about it for 5 years, no one's fixed it. This is what happens when you add flying to a game not designed for flying. Your cleverly designed perspective trick and depth illusions get revealed as badly scaled buildings and gaps in the barriers of the world. Now, the scale of Terra is remarkably impressive. Stuff is big, like this giant wheel, but it's all for show. It's a visual treat, but the game is just combat. Now, I know Terra fans will say, oh, the game has flying missions and crafting and faction quest and reputation grinds, and yes, I know, but if someone said to me, I want a game with crafting, no one would recommend Terra, because honestly, they weaken it. Terra's greatest strength is its combat. It does combat incredibly well. You cannot understate how much fun the combat in Terra is. If it really just leaned into that and advertised itself as the best combat MMO out there, it would probably do better than including random, unfinished, unflattering side systems. Terra is combat. Terra is not historical depth or in-game lore or fleshed out characters or an emotionally involving world. Terra is big weapons, big enemies, big battles, and it does that exceptionally well. So while we're trapped under the city, let's just read some reviews. Satisfying combat style in MMORPG. Still the best action combat after 1 decade. I played Terra since launch, but I came back only to see they deleted thousands of people's accounts with no way to recover them. Seriously, don't play this game. Don't give any money. Stay far away. There is no justification to delete accounts. It doesn't take much space to store that information. The only reason to delete accounts is in hopes the whales spend more money. I have played before, but came back to the game recently. I forgot how absolutely beautiful the graphics and artwork are in this game. Just gorgeous. If you hate your life, then play this game. Boobs. Good back in 2012, now it's just a mediocre free-to-play MMO. I mean, the devs don't understand how to develop good content, and the community is dead since 2018. All the leveling and stuff is made faster, which means the entire story has cutouts. Now, really disappointed after coming back to this game in years. My founder account got deleted. Nice. Next up is the traditional talk to everyone in town quest, and we get to expand our inventory by paying in-game gold, which is nice, and then we get given some new armor, which I can only describe as jiggly. If you were playing this video in the background or on your second monitor and you switched to it just because you heard the word jiggle, you now have to like and sub. This worked before in the Skyforge video, therefore I'm using it again. Talk to more people, get invited to join the Valkyon Federation, and watch the actual intro movie. Again, this is the 3rd intro movie. This is also the original and has not been updated graphically.
Velica, City of Wheels. capital of the Valkian Federation and bastion of civilization on the continent of Arun. We've gathered here, human, high elf, Aman, Baraka, Kastanik, Popori, and Ellen, to withstand a menace we could not face alone. The Argons. Across the sea on the continent of Shara, our armies are fighting the Argon threat to a standstill. For now. But the Argons aren't the only danger. Not by a long shot. With our army on the Argon front, monsters on our frontiers have become bold. They've plundered entire towns, and we can't let the home front collapse.
Now we chat to Samael, and this always blows my mind every time I return to playing Terra. See if you can recognize this voice.
Everyone is asking me about what you did on the island of Dawn. Don't get cocky. Impressive to them, but it takes more than that to impress me. And I have little tolerance for glory hounds like you. Kids these days, no sense of proportion.
Samael is voiced by Michael Hogan, a fantastic actor best known for playing Colonel Saul Tigh in the rebooted Battlestar Galactica TV show, one of my favourite shows. He tells me to get the frack out of his office and sends me to Crescentia to solve some local problems. Crescentia is the traditional forest village settlement you start every other MMO in. We're shown the local teleportation system to get from place to place within a map, and now the grind begins. Early on in this incredible kill X amount of enemies storyline, we are given a relic weapon. This will be our weapon until we are given another. You upgrade the relic weapon with relic shards you'll find dropped nearby. The relic system was designed to help players catch up to endgame and get to the real content, but it also completely invalidates all weapons or armor drops before max level. The game knows that what you're doing now does not matter. This is essentially an extended and unnecessary tutorial. The entirety of the early game is talking to NPCs you won't remember, to kill enemies you won't be scared of, to push through a storyline you won't ever revisit. You could complete every early game quest spamming left click. I'm only using skills because I like the flashy animations and the nice solid sounds. Any plotline, any storyline, any character emotion that is built up in this early game will be completely irrelevant when you change maps. Kill some enemies, loot some chests, and gain some levels. Early game Terra is as mindless as they come. So let's break up the monotony and look at the complete insanity of the in-game shop. Terra is a Gameforge game, and Gameforge like being consistent with their in-game shops. All Gameforge games use the same shop layout, and all of them sell the same things. So let's start with some cosmetics. Terra is a dress-up game. And it's extremely important you understand this. Terra has zero aesthetic consistency in its game or its shop designs. You've got complete outfits, weapon overrides, helmet overrides, back slot items, even mounts and pets, with absolutely no through line of design stability. Imagine that you asked every single edgy teenager in a high school to draw what they saw as the coolest, strangest, or dumbest cosmetic override they could think of, and then you added all of them. That's how Terra is. Want to make your brawler gloves look like foam dinosaur heads? You can do that. Want to look like an ancient Chinese warrior princess? Yeah, that's in there. Or how about a SWAT team police officer? Or a schoolgirl? Or a waitress? Or a giant panda? They're all in there. How about wearing a cool flowing cape? Or a tiny backpack? Yeah, they're both for sale. And for your mount, you could have a giant fire-breathing dragon. Or a pig, which looks like a motorbike. Or how about an actual car? Just a straight-up car, complete with tire marks and a horn, in all its dumb anime glory. Or a sci-fi spaceship looking straight out of Wipeout, or whatever the hell this is. If you can think of it, it's in Terra. Terra is a dress-up game with combat. You could remove everything except the cosmetics and the actual combat, and you would still be left with Terra. So how much is this going to cost you? Well, the premium currency is called Thala, and a decent mount will set you back 299 Thalas. You can buy the 480 pack for £25, or the 5,100 pack for £200. And once you've finished buying your overpriced cosmetics, you can spend the rest on some pay-to-win stuff, because of course it's got mechanical advantages in the shop. You want experience boosters, movement boosters, teleport scrolls, item stat boosting stuff, unsocketing, resocketing, binding, unbinding, upgrading stuff, it's all there for you to buy. Some of the expensive pets even loot for you or provide passive buffs and bonuses. It's pay for advantage city. If you've got the money, Terra's got the costumes and the boosts for you. So back to the game, we begin to grind toward the dungeons, because dungeons are honestly the only thing you'll be doing once you unlock them, because they give you insane amounts of experience, gold, and items. Thankfully, the early game quests are all handily marked on your map, showing a number and a general area to find those enemies, and the quest enemies have an exclamation mark by their name. If you ever get bored with an area, by the way, press M to open the map, and you can see each area and zone broken down by level recommendations. You at least have a general guide of where you could go to. Oh good, an escort mission. Everyone loves those. About an hour of mindless grinding later, if you put a gun to my head and asked me what the plot of this whole section was, I would just tell you to pull the trigger. I don't know. No one knows. Not even the writers remember what the plot of this map is. And I guarantee when you get to the end of the game, none of this will matter. At all. There will be no callbacks and nothing will be relevant later. Level up and get an unreasonable amount of skills all thrown at me at once, thank God for those auto spacebar chain systems, because without that I'd probably not even know I had some of these. Check the in-game mail and get showered in free gifts. The game just cannot help itself. It has to give you things to make you feel valued and loved and wanted and hope you stay, and oh look, a free immersion breaking cosmetic. It's the jumpsuit from Squid Game. Everyone gets this. What fun. More proof Terra is a dress-up game with absolutely no idea what its own internal lore or culture or aesthetic even is. Oh, we're also given a free limited time Griffin mount for good measure. Finally, we get a quest to go and kill some BAMs, or big-ass monsters, and I didn't make that up, that's actually what the game calls them. BAMs show up as diamonds on your minimap and are much harder than the trash mobs. They're also the only thing that's actually quite fun to kill. All the big attacks are telegraphed, either by the red on the floor or the red flash of the eye, giving you the chance to dodge if you're not a tank or block if you are. You'll also notice while fighting these orbs called motes fall off the enemies. They can refill my health and mana, so the best way to recover in a fight is to attack more, which is an excellent feedback loop for encouraging aggressive gameplay. It's the same thing Doom did with giving health and ammo for more brutal kills. If you want the player to be aggressive, reward them for being aggressive. Finally, after another few hours, we unlock the first dungeon, the Bastion of Loke. You can enter each dungeon with a party or choose the solo version. The plotline requires you to do the solo one, and I'm fine with this. I think all MMOs should cater to both groups and solo players. It makes the experience more inclusive. And here is where Terra actually really begins. Dungeons. The trash mobs are pointless, you can just run past them. Every dungeon is several bigger, more set-piece boss fights. They are what matter, and more often than not, they're actually really, really good. The first dungeon sees us fighting a huge rock elemental who attacks by spinning his own body around, meaning we need to block or dodge often, and then an area of effect attack which switches sides rapidly, meaning a party would need 2 tanks. And then later, a giant charging minotaur with a ton of smaller mobs swarms us. The boss fights in Terra are great, there is no denying that. This is why you play the game. If all you want to do is log on, smash some super over-the-top anime-style boss with a massive weapon in a party of overly sexualized, flashy adventurers, some of whom may be dressed up in Attack on Titan gear, some in Squid Game jumpsuits, some who look like schoolgirls, and some who look like sci-fi pandas, then Terra is absolutely the game for you. With the first dungeon down, we head back to Velica and get treated to yet another cutscene.
We've noticed your valor on the home front, soldier. You've saved countless lives, military and civilian, and exposed a conspiracy that threatened the entire Federation. You've gone above and beyond the call of duty. So on behalf of the Federation, I hereby promote you to Centurion. Go forth, soldier, and bring us victory for Valkion.
So we're now a centurion in the Valkion Federation, probably much to the annoyance of the soldiers lining the path for us. They've been working for years and are still guards. We turned up, smashed some Minotaur and got a promotion within 3 hours. Now we need to do about 6 or 7 more hours of pointless story grinding to hit endgame and start grinding the dungeons to unlock relic fragments to get the better weapons to grind some more. This is Terra. Have fun. You know what upsets me most? Just how many fantastic environments have been lost to the increased grinding speed and the endgame focus of this game. There is no reason to leave the forced linear path from start to finish, despite the fact that leaving the path is actually amazing. I remember leveling through an abandoned magical school infested by evil clowns and jugglers, and it was fantastic. A crystal cove filled with rockworms, a lava minefield with giant flying wasps. The environments and visual extravagance of Terra is just sublime, and it's worth playing if you're a graphical tourist just to see how over the top something can be. Terra looks and sounds interesting and excessive, and it's worth seeing. For this video, I made a new character to experience the start, but out of nostalgia, I decided to hop back onto my old main brawler to see how things have changed at the endgame, and they've advanced a lot. I attacked this enemy who I used to just grind for experience, and because of the excessive power creep and the level cap increase, these stupidly high numbers Terra now deals with show that even though I'm hurting the enemy, it's not even registering as 0.1% of its total health. This is power creep to the extreme. So I check my mail, and the game has given me some welcome back items, including armor and weapons which boost me up by millions of damage points and hundreds of thousands of defense points. Remember when I said Terra doesn't want you to feel weak, it wants you to feel powerful and get you to the end game quickly enough so you can just start grinding for even more slithers of power? This is proof. I also discover starting a new Terra character is much easier than returning. When you return to Terra after a break, the systems will have moved on, the items you have will be obsolete, and you will be worthless. You're basically as worthless as a fresh character, and it'll take you as much time to gear up your old character as it would if you just start a new one. Terra is the video game version of a dessert shop. They do one thing really well: desserts. Sweet, sticky, sugary desserts. If a dessert shop suddenly started offering things like salads, or selling shoes, or art, or chips, or Chinese, it wouldn't work. And that's how Terra feels with its crafting and flying missions and fishing and faction influence and all the extra bells and whistles. Stick to selling desserts. Stick to combat. It's what you're good at. Out of pure nostalgia, I took my high-level character for a fly around, through all the locations I so fondly remembered, and I discovered something even sadder. Terra's world is gorgeous and vast, from the deep forges of the massive metal mines to the open plains and snowy vistas. Terra has a huge, detailed world, but because the focus is on endgame dungeons, no one will ever see this. There is no reason for this world to exist anymore. The quest lines which used to take you to these areas are now replaced with dungeon queues and blitzing levels to higher level dungeon queues. And when I did manually walk over to my favourite old dungeon, the Labyrinth of Terra, I felt even sadder. The enemy design is so good. It's over the top, stylized, creepy, excessive. Terra is a visual treat, but it's now just languishing in obsolescence. 95% of the game has no reason to be played. No one has any reason to go to this dungeon. No reason to see this huge, creepy sci-fi guardian, the giant clown boss halfway through, or to take on the ancient god of murder. And even if you did, the game is going to give you items so powerful you kill them all in one hit. Terra, through releasing expansions, has actually reduced the size of its game. And it's a real shame, because a lot of it was really good. There is no one left to marvel at this generator, or look at these twisted sculptures of torsos screaming. Terra is an exercise in visual excess, and it is without a doubt a fantastic combat system, which unfortunately over time has become streamlined to such a practical degree they've designed the variation that they have out of being worth playing. It's less of an MMO adventure and more of a dungeon-based line. And all this has been happening as the visual style becomes suffocated, with the cosmetics becoming more and more wacky and zany. It follows the path so many other desperate games have followed, trading in its original unique visual identity for the quick sales of stupid immersion-breaking, garish, over-the-top cosmetics. Terra stopped being a world a long time ago, and it's now a vehicle for cosmetics, and when your entire existence becomes warped and moulded around selling whatever looks nice, you become a dress-up game with a beat-em-up attached. Terra used to be a decent MMO with an interesting world and great bosses and engaging combat with some actually quite punishing difficulty spikes and a thriving player base allowing parties to form quickly. Plus, when you get your class to max level, you can follow a complex Apex quest to unlock even more powerful versions of your skills, pushing the combat system even further. Terra used to be great combat inside a great fantastical world. Now it's Barbie dress-up with linear combat-based paths which end in grind, which is somewhat ironic because the steady stream of gameplay catch-up updates, each intended to keep the player in the action, to get the players to the endgame fun bit, did that by removing a vast majority of the adventurous, enjoyable bit. The world you so lovingly created doesn't need to be explored, the items which are so varied don't need to be found, the armor which has such great graphical consistency based on the actual area you collect it in doesn't need to be worn. The quests, which all actually have unique writing to them, don't need to be followed. Terra was so focused on making you feel important and keeping you in that important moment, it removed any and all reason for you to go and want to do anything that would make you feel important. Terra's the equivalent of being given something and not earning it. So to end the review, I will award Terra anime-obsessed underwear model martial arts masters playing dress-up out of 10. Cheers for watching. Thank you again to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and Tree of Saviour is perhaps proof that even if you have stunningly beautiful graphics helping to create a classically gorgeous world, solid and responsive movement with impactful, satisfying action combat gameplay, and a fantastic soundtrack which enhances both the exploration and the action elements, it can all be for nothing if you cram your game with way too many upgrade and enhancement systems, completely neglect your early game pacing, overwhelm the player with an intrusive UI, and deliver your important gameplay mechanics entirely through massive text dumps. Tree of Saviour is perhaps the most disappointing game I've played on this series so far because the foundation for a fantastic, successful game is there, and the art style is absolutely without parallel, but it's held back by its abysmal player experience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a big thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Tree of Saviour. It's on Steam and it's free, so let's give it a go. First off, it's 28 gigabytes. That's massive. That's bigger than Dark Souls 3. That's bigger than Warframe. Tree of Saviour needs more hard drive space than Warframe. Just let that sink in for a moment. That is mental to me. In fact, it's bigger than Halo Infinite's free multiplayer mode, which you can download and play on Steam right now. Not sponsored, this is just something everyone should consider downloading. I don't even like Halo, I'm just impressed that this much game is free. So we begin, and the first thing you'll notice is the art. It's lovely, and this is one thing I cannot praise the game for enough. The art team on Tree of Saviour have absolutely knocked it out the park. Seriously, 10 out of 10. From backgrounds to character design to the drawn conversation avatars, Tree of Saviour is a stunningly good-looking game. It is dripping with classic RPG style. Unfortunately, it does seem to have a beauty is only skin deep kind of thing going on.
Wonder what happened to Sir Kenzo.
Once you really get into it. We start off in this lodge making a character, and I'm getting very Super Nintendo JRPG
I was actually
vibes.
thinking
The
about that
viewpoint
too.
is diagonal isometric with some
Sir
3D.
Kenzo is freaking dead.
I need his return to get my Binthic gems. My one Binthic gem. It cannot happen until Sir Kenzo shows up. He was the chosen one. Or it could happen this kill. I don't know. What am I, psychic?
There are no Sir Kenzos left in man.
3D depth. The items and objects and enemies do exist within 3D space, and you can see the depth in them as you sway gently around. And here's the first issue. You need to hover over a class to select them. But watch this. If you zoom in all the way, the class choice hitboxes are perfectly mapped to the little avatars you can see in the game. But if you zoom out, the avatar's position on the screen changes because they're now further away, but the hitboxes for class selection don't. The hitboxes for clicking on seem to be mapped to the actual overlay, not the in-game representation of where they are. I know this is a really pedantic nitpick, but that's what I do. I be pedantic. Kind of like how sometimes you go to melee attack someone in Halo and it doesn't do the little jump forward thing it's meant to do, meaning you don't cover the distance you were expecting to cover and then they kill you. So I go with a swordsman because I'm basic, and the intro begins. It's rendered in-game and it's lovely. I'm being taken back to those old classic RPGs. I'm feeling Breath of Fire, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, Lufia, Rise of the Sinstrels, Soul Blazer. Tree of Savior has got ambience and sprite design spot on for what it was going for. And then it starts singing, and it's actually a pretty good song.
It's time to feel this sensation. As the sunshine brighten day by day, bringing glory into all your way. Awaken, be strengthened, whatever more you've had.
So now we're in our own personal lodge, and I choose the server I want to log into. Now I'm on the European server, and there are two possible gaming channels. The first with 0 players out of 100, and the other with 4. 4 people in all of Europe are playing this game. Yeah, that's pretty dead. Game begins, and it's a bird's eye isometric adventure game. Arrow keys move, X is jump, and Z is attack. Your hotkeys are bound to Q, W, E, R, and the numbered keys. I go to look at remapping these keys, and there are a lot of menus in this game. And even though I'm playing on high resolution, the text is kinda pixelated. And then club music starts playing. I don't know why. I was expecting soft, gentle intro village music like every JRPG ever. Now I feel like I should be ordering 2 Jaeger bombs and wondering if I've got enough for a taxi home. We chat to this guard, Titus. He asks if we had a vision of the goddess asking us to go to Clepeda. We did, so he sends us on our way. M opens the map. The local map is divided into squares with fog of war covering the places you haven't been yet. It displays all the important NPCs, shops, or interactable objects like god statues, and this is fine. It's basically everything you need. The slight transparent effect is a bit nauseating if left open for long because of the highly detailed background moving around it, but it's definitely serviceable. It shows you where things are, and it's always good to know where the important things are. Kind of like how in Halo Infinite's Oddball you can always see who's carrying the ball so you know who to run at or who to protect. Have a chat to this guard, and he's been attacked by some onions, so I channel the hero within me and go and kill them. Then I get given more quests to go and kill more aggressive vegetables. The combat is decent, it's flashy enough, satisfying sounds and effects, good contact feeling, but it's limited. You can just hold basic attack and be fine. And later, when I do get abilities, it's just do the best ability forever, repeatedly. Combat feels like it could be great, but they've not done much with it in the early game. Also, once you've finished a quest, you can just press backspace and be instantly teleported back to the NPC you need to hand it into, because exploring the world is for losers. The world in this game exists to facilitate the placement of enemies, nothing more. There's no emergent quests or hidden side stories, it's just go and kill X amount of enemies who happen to live here. It's a beautiful looking world, but mechanically, it's just a home for some enemies. All your important windows, player stats, inventory, skills and attributes are all opened via the F keys, F1 through 7, and as expected, the inventory is filled with some free items given to me just for playing, so I use them and get a load of free experience and upgrade points and spend them all on a skill which lets me stab better. We now face an elite enemy and we're told, jump over its attacks, but we don't need to because the stab is so overpowered it kills pretty much everything in 1 or 2 hits, and here is my first issue. Giving the player boost items when they aren't fully trained up in a game yet is a dumb idea. We don't know what to boost, and if the player does end up with an overpowered attack, you've just destroyed all balance your game might have once had. Look, I know this situation, I've been here before many times. You made your game, you balanced it. You measured the player's attack and the enemy's defense, and everything worked on day 1. And then your player base started to fall away. So you gave every new player some boost items so they could catch up with their friends, but in doing so you've completely wrecked your early game balance. What we are seeing here here is the husk of a game, now flooded with boosting items and free experience cards given so the players feel some sort of progress, but ironically, this makes the player so powerful the actual gameplay now feels pointless. And now I see two of my most hated design choices all happen at the same time. The wall of drops are all collected at once, taking up the entire screen, because this is meant to appeal to our ooh, shiny thing good monkey brain and not actually be substantial. And then a complex in-game system explained entirely via massive text dump, not through integrated gameplay woven into the early game experience. We will see this multiple times in my 8-hour play session. So by now, I'm a few hours in, and I think the most accurate word to describe this game is overwhelming. There's a lot going on, lots of classes and systems and quests and levels and items and stats and tutorials, and the UI is flashing and the character nameplates are fighting for space, and there's a lot of drops which all do various things, and I'm not sure if they're good or not, but my inventory is filling up quickly. Also, I click on the premium shop and the currency they use is called TP, and the first thing it says is no refunds once you have bought TP, check Steam refund policy. Wow. Maybe not the greatest advert for customer satisfaction if you literally open with no, you can't have your money back. Oh, I wasn't kidding about the class advancement screen being overwhelming. There are subclasses available to just the Swordman main class. In fact, I checked. There are 74 different classes available in total, all with unique attacks and passive and armor sets. And there is no way in hell you have managed to balance 74 classes to all be equal. I've got some more quests and I hand them in, and here's a nice touch. The map shows where a quest takes place. In fact, the world map even has level ranges listed to each zone, which is kind of nice because it gives you a sense of progression as you move through the world. And then, after killing some onions and being overwhelmed with class selection, I take some time out from my day to help troubleshoot some random dude's issues in-game. I mean, I've only been playing for a few hours, but when someone else can't attack, I can probably help out, even though my advice boils down to turn it off and on again. I mean, look, I'm basically helping 20% of the player base here. Now we get given a system we'll never use. Pressing insert makes you sit down and rest, and while resting you recover stamina. And if you have firewood, you can build a bonfire and recover faster, but I don't have any, and the game doesn't tell me how to get it. Okay, cool, a stamina recover system. Hopefully that will be useful. But no, because then we're given about 100 consumable pills which restore our stamina. See what I mean about pacing being bad? Here's a system to recover your stamina. Here's a load of items which instantly make the system you've just heard about immediately redundant. But then I get a new sword and the in-game model actually changes to show the new blade. The art team on Tree of Savior need an award because this looks so good. Get told about goddess statues, they are scattered around the world and praying to them gives us some boons, so we do that and we get given a status point. Not a blessing or something more fantastical or immersive or fluff-based like the goddess smiles on you and grants you whatever. I just get one status point. Thanks, goddess. And then there's a mini-boss, which isn't really a challenge because the game has given me so much boosting stuff, nothing is a challenge, and I've used all the free XP cards and the game showers me with rewards, and now I'm level 12. I don't feel any different to level 1. I wasn't actually aware when levels 2 through 11 happened. Every level is so meaningless. It's not a happy moment of, ooh, I'm stronger. It's just a very bored acknowledgement of, oh, number bigger, keep playing. Levels used to mean something substantial. In this game, they don't. Get to the next town over and I'm greeted with several full-screen pop-up ads for daily login bonuses and weekly login bonuses and current events and news and more login stuff. And look, I'm a brand new player. I don't know what any of this does. This is way too much stuff to throw at me. Pace your game better. After a few minutes of running around this town, I've worked it out. I've figured out what's wrong. I know how to explain this. Tree of Savior feels like you're starting a complex JRPG already 50 hours in. Like your mate has let you play on their saved game from halfway through a complex game and you're missing all of the content and all of the training. Imagine starting a complex RPG already close to the end. You've got all these systems and upgrades and items and advantages and you don't know what they do because you've never had the gameplay moment of using them. Imagine trying to play any of the Final Fantasies but you miss the first 10 hours of context and training and explanation. That's what this is. It's throwing you in at the deep end and expecting you to just figure it out by spending several hours reading massive text dumps, analysing all the upgrade screens. Nothing in this game is particularly bad and that's what's irritating me. None of these systems are broken. They are just all thrust on you at once and it's overwhelming. But we're in the main town now, so let's have a look at the cash shop, because you know it's there. So opening the cash shop shows this button, Beauty, so I click it and get instantly teleported in-game to the beauty shop in town, because obviously you can't buy beauty items from the shop without physically being stood in front of the shop in the game. I hate this. I hate any in-game system which forcefully relocates my in-game avatar without telling me it's doing that, because then I feel I've lost direct control of my avatar. And for me, having control of my avatar, of where I am and what I'm doing in a game, is pretty important in retaining my agency within the adventure. Once you start taking your agency within the adventure, I stop caring. This aside, let's explore the shop. Everything is priced in TP, and I can't actually find anywhere to buy TP. Clicking the TP button just brings up the no refunds warning. I think this is meant to be a list of packs of currency to buy, but it just doesn't show any packs. So I head over to Steam and I find the prices listed. £6.50 for 100 TP, so 65 quid for 1,000. Remember that. There is a lot in this shop. Packs and costumes and gestures and refining items and breakdown items. There's a lot here, and I don't know what's useful or what will be useful. So I'm just looking at the prices. There's a luchador pack. I know that's an advancement class, so clearly this is a paid for class and class weapon and armor pack. It's 549 TP, meaning you'll spend just shy of £40 or $50 to buy this class. But then look, you can buy individual gestures for 198 TP. That's £13. Almost $15 for a single in-game gesture, which you can use to communicate with the roughly 1,000 people who still play this game. I mean, providing you're not on the European server, then you can communicate with 4 people. Look, this is pay to win. Pay to advance quicker, pay to get a better class, pay to progress, pay to break down items. It's pay to talk. It's a game which sells megaphones. You use one megaphone every time you send a global chat message, so you can spam the server with whatever you like, provided you're willing to pay for the privilege. In Tree of Savior, communication costs money. Everything costs money. I can't specifically point to one individual item and say that is broken because, but I know this is a pay-to-win system. You know this is a pay-to-win system. It'd be a fool not to be a pay-to-win system with the tiny player base it has. As soon as I see a megaphone, a communication tool cost money, I know you are pay-to-win. While in Halo, communication is simple. You just repeatedly crouch over a dead opponent's face. Such a throwback to a simpler time. I get told to go to the woods and find some miners jumping over the buildings in town is a nice touch. At least they've used the vertical design space to do something. You can jump over enemy attacks and over scenery. It shows they've thought about using an actual in-game application for the jump mechanic. We get given some warp scrolls from the shop for free. These return us to town quickly, and then we can run out and figure out we can spend real money on more warp scrolls, because of course we can. Fight through the woods and honestly just feels sad. It's like the game has a great art team, a great system design team, but the whole process of putting these designs to the player has failed. They've got a good foundation for a game, but they've dropped the ball on presentation and introduction to the mechanics within the game. And people often ask me to explain what I mean by in-game tutorial, or how system explanation can be woven into gameplay. So here's an example, just consider this. Tree of Savior has an item upgrade system and elemental damage. You can make things more powerful or infuse them with properties or upgrade them with smithing reagents, but it tells you this by saying, oh hey, there's an item upgrade system, and then gives you a huge text dump explaining it. That's not immersive. Imagine if instead you and an NPC that you were friends with fought a boss together, and after a few seconds you realise you're not doing any damage, but then the NPC says to you, hey, he's resistant to your attacks, you need to infuse your weapon with holy damage. Here is a holy stone that I've got, and they give it to you. And the game then opens up your item menu and says, hey, if you go to the upgrade system, add the holy stone, now return to the fight, you do damage. You've now been exposed to the system, and you get to see immediate feedback about how useful it could be. You see the relation between the upgrade and the effect in an actual fight. You could even then have a plot point about the NPC having to go and pay penance for losing his holy item to his church. There you go, I've written an immersive story for you, you're welcome. It's the difference between reading a book on how to do something and actually going to do it. You learn better by doing because you feel connected to the actions. I've gained enough swordsman experience to advance to the Dragoon class, and doing this gives me some new armor, so I put it on, and I get a Steam achievement, equip any item in the body costume slot. So basically, anyone can get this after they've been playing for about 3 hours, because you get given a costume item for just advancing a class for free. How many players do you think have this Steam achievement? 4.4%. Less than 5% of players made it to the choose an advancement class 3 hours in. Whenever anyone asks me why their game is dying, this is what I say. It doesn't matter how good your game gets, it matters how good your game starts and remains. You have lost 95.6% of players within the first 3 hours. I run out of stamina, try to give the game a chance and use the bonfire rest mechanic. It is pointless because it's just not as useful as spam eating the stamina pills the game gave me earlier. And then there's a mini boss and it just dies. I have no connection to this boss. There's been no setup, so therefore there's no payoff. I don't know who this is. I don't care. And Tree of Savior really starts to show its true colours here. It's skin deep. There's no personal connection to the events, the enemies, the NPCs. You are just random hero. For a game styled so heavily after the classic RPGs of the SNES era, they forgot to add what made most of those games special. The hero's journey, the connection to the world, the reason to want to succeed. We reach the trapped miners and free them, and I continue to feel nothing, and then we get given another system, item upgrading via anvils. There are 4 types of anvils, and each type upgrades to a higher level and needs items, but you can buy them in the cash shop, because of course you can. And once again, the anvil tutorial is given via giant text dump with blurry text and low resolution pictures.
Where is it, Taylor? Fess up.
Honestly, Tree of Savior
you knew they were coming last night. Oh,
yet
different
to be
game.
gamified. All the ingredients are there.
That's weird.
All the systems are set up.
Yeah, Benthic gems are in space. They're not in RuneScape.
To a relatable, player-driven moment.
Sure
it feels like the art team made an incredible-looking game, and the design team created an amazing, complex, deep game with lots of systems. But the gameplay team, where the player gets to actually.
It's in Zimbabwe.
Well, that's where I am. I'm in Zimbabwe. That's where all these gorillas are.
Is that why there's demonic gorillas?
Yes, they come from Zimbabwe. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that, Talon. It's common knowledge.
Scott from Domino's playing RimWorld.
Tsunami. It's shocking that he's still Scott from Domino's after all this time.
It is pretty shocking, actually.
Especially if he still uses his Steam account. Can't believe Ultiform and Kujo became valued members of society.
Okay, well
they've betrayed the cause.
That's the most believable thing I've ever heard.
Oh, this guy switched his combat to resistance. You bastard. Alright. One more for this trip. I'm gonna give this guy the Baja Bonk. Oh, we did not give this guy the Baja Bonk, and we are not fighting him actually. Alright, let's switch my YouTube video to something else. I don't know what. Any good streamers? Any streamers? No streamers. They need to weigh and stain streamer who kill their babbies.
Have you ever realized that when you take the finally showed us the strongest crew in One Piece history, as the Rocks crew finally takes the stage for the very first time in the story on God Valley at the very same time as a young Roger with Luffy's Straw Hat. And just wow. I mean, after so many years of talking about this legendary pirate crew, we're finally seeing them all together here at God Valley. And even though Oda is still teasing us by not fully showing Rocksteady Zebek's full appearance, it is still amazing to see all of these insane members of his crew, including some that we didn't even expect. But before we can get into any other of these crazy reveals, it does seem like the Rocks' true objective here was to obtain these crazy devil fruits that the Celestial Dragons are offering up as prizes for their really insane and hideous slave hunting tournaments. We can tell because we do see Big Mom here almost immediately going after the devil fruits and capture what will later be Kaidos. But of course, it's also very interesting to speculate about what other fruits could have been in these treasure chests, and of course we do know that Kuma's fruit was another of the 6, but what about the remaining 4? And there are actually a few really fascinating possibilities here based on other characters that are present at God Valley. For example, we never knew for sure when Whitebeard here ate his tremor fruit, so I could very easily imagine that Whitebeard also got his fruit from one of these prize chests. And another really interesting possibility is the Float fruit, because in case you forgot, this is the Golden Lion Cheeky here, who I think for the first time actually does something in the official manga, and at some time in the past he ate this devil fruit, which allows him to make anything float in the air by touching it, including himself. Then another random but super exciting option is that some sort of wind or weather devil fruit was in there as well, because while Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, has not shown up yet, I do wonder if his wind-related powers could also be related to one of the devil fruits in these chests, because he should be showing up on God Valley as well. And on top of all that, one fruit that I saw people speculating about is the Nika fruit, but honestly I don't think that the Nika fruit is that strong of a possibility here, since the Gorosei always wanted to get their hands on it but never have seemed to be able to. Nonetheless, I even think that there's a real possibility that Rocks already has eaten the Nika fruit at this point, since he was able to bring together such a stupidly powerful crew very similar to Luffy. But even if that's not the case, another very likely option for one of the treasure chests is of course the Darkness fruit, which just makes perfect sense to be one of the prizes here. I mean, it is the ultimate Logia devil fruit, and I've even made a whole theory in the past that Rocks was after the Darkness fruit in the first place. Plus, if you want even more evidence, we already do know that Blackbeard was greatly influenced by Rocks with his ship name and his goal to rule the world, so wouldn't it really make sense that Rocks wanted the Darkness fruit as well, but was somehow stopped from eating it, which left Blackbeard to fulfill that desire later on? I mean, there's a lot more to this, and it does make a lot of sense to me at least. But if the devil fruits here weren't actually Rocks' true goal, let's speculate, then what else might have been? Well, by looking at the main goal of taking over the world, at least according to Sengoku, a pretty easy, straightforward answer here would be that he just wanted to come out and wipe out all of the world nobles, which honestly, yeah, please do that. I mean, the world would be a much better place without them, but if that actually were to be his real goal here, then we have to ask ourselves once again, why would Roger try to stop him here? In fact, they actually do have a short but very interesting exchange in this chapter, Rocks talking for the first time, where Roger tells Rocks to stop something, but then Rocks tells Roger to stay out of his way, which honestly is not a lot to go off of, but it clearly shows that Roger knew what Rocks was doing and didn't like it. And since we do know that Roger was a good guy, probably at least, it's kind of hard to believe that Rocks was doing anything positive like wanting to free the slaves, but then again, all we know about him comes from Sengoku, so who knows? And while that's basically all we got in this chapter for these two legends, the reveal of Rocks' crew gave us some truly shocking new information, because out of all of the people in the world who we have been speculating for years that they might be on the crew, I mean, who would have guessed Elder Nyan, who was the Empress of Amazon Lily a few generations ago, that she was actually part of this world-conquering, unbeatable crew? Like, seriously, what if is she doing here? She never kind of gave off that super powerful vibe when she let Boa Hancock literally throw her out of a window. So did she have some other role or purpose in the crew, or was she just really playing old lady there? I mean, it's pretty easy to imagine that she was actually in love with someone on this crew, since that is not only a common theme for the Empresses, but she even mentions that in the story itself. But was it Rox or someone else in the crew? And while we're talking about the former Empress here, this actually makes me wonder if all the former Empresses of Amazon Lily fell in love with powerful pirates. For example, Elda Nyon possibly loved someone on Rox's crew, Shaki here fell in love with Roger's right-hand man Rayleigh, and Boa, of course, is head over heels for Luffy. And there's actually one more Empress before Boa that we aren't currently aware of. And I mean, this may sound really crazy now, but I'm actually kind of wondering if it could be someone even like, you know, Makino from Luffy's hometown. I mean, was she the missing Empress who seems to be in a relationship with Shanks here? Which I do know, I mean, it sounds crazy, but who else fits the timeline and is in love with a super strong pirate? Checkmate. Anyways, we also got to see the young appearance of Miss Buckingham, who not surprisingly looks a lot like her clone Stussy. Which, you know, is always funny to me how some characters somehow shrink and get super wrinkly with age, but to be fair, she definitely has something going on here with Whitebeard, as we even see her sitting on his shoulders. And I mean, who knows, this chapter really seems to suggest that maybe they actually did get it on and this guy really is Whitebeard's son here. And then we have one other really interesting member here who is either Silver Axe or Wang Zi, and they do look somewhat like Kaido does, I guess. There's also John, who we actually see chugging down some booze just like we saw his zombie do on Thriller Bark, and of course we also have a young Shiki who looks as he did before chopping off his legs at Impel Down. And man, I mean, I'm really wishing that we get to see Rox, because I'm actually kind of worried that we aren't going to come back to God Valley for quite some time here, maybe until Roger's flashback or Blackbeard's flashback. It's gonna be a while. But before we get more into the future, we of course have to discuss this young Chad right here, Roger, in all of his Straw Hat glory. And man, I'm getting goosebumps just seeing him like this, basically looking like an adult version of Luffy, if we're being honest. And of course, joining the fight with him, we have his entire crew, including his right-hand man Rayleigh, as well as his other top commander, Scopper Gaban, and then there's like some other members that we actually do know the names of. And I'm just excited to finally see all of them in their prime years. I mean, clearly they're going to oppose Rox and his crew, but what else is going on this island and in this incident? I bet there's stuff happening that we just have no idea yet what's going on. And I actually think that it's pretty likely as well that the Holy Knights might join into this battle as well. And we even met a few more of them in this chapter. Like this one who looks like some sort of royalty, this young woman, this gas mask wearing dude who actually looks a lot like that orphan back from Big Mom's flashback, plus a younger looking girl with a hat covering her eyes, which means we have to ask just how strong are all of these fighters? Because I really want them all to be able to put up a real fight here, and I definitely think that Garling is a top tier character, but can they really match up with some of the confirmed strongest characters to ever live in One Piece? For now, I'm a little bit skeptical, but the battle isn't complete, of course, without one more hero and his entourage, and that's, of course, Monkey D. Garp, who apparently was on vacation here before being told by a young Kong who hasn't appeared in the story in like forever as well, that stuff is about to go down on God Valley. And of course, Garp was not about to miss out on that. Which honestly, this makes me feel a lot better about Garp's role in all of this, because he clearly wasn't already protecting the Celestial Dragons at this really morbid tournament that they're having here. I mean, if he was there and letting that stuff happen, it just would not feel right to me. But that's not the case, of course, because it does seem like he's just showing up at the same time as Roger and Rox and will participate in the battle as well. In fact, it does seem more likely that this event is what caused Garp's disgust for the Celestial Dragons in the first place. Now, one big question, of course, is what will happen after the battle? Clearly, we do know that Rox was defeated, but I do have to wonder if that is truly the case here. Now, if you've watched any other One Piece videos, you'll probably know that there are heaps and heaps of theories out there that Rox somehow is still alive, maybe living inside of Blackbeard or some other shape or form. So I do know I've said this like 3 times already, but I really can't wait to see what happens with this battle, the devil fruits, and even the slaves here. But speaking of those slaves, I don't think anyone was expecting to see what happened in this chapter with Kuma and the rest of the young revolutionaries. At least not this soon, because in this chapter we actually learned that the 3 young kids' escape plan was to actually steal these devil fruits that the Celestial Dragons have been offering as a reward for their twisted hunting competition. And despite all the insanely powerful fighters accumulating on this island, the kids basically succeeded, if we're being honest. I mean, yeah, Ivankov did get stopped in the end by a young Big Mom before they could run away with Kaido's dragon fruit, and of course Ivankov isn't winning a fight against an emperor, and she did steal the fruit from him, which confirms what we were actually told during Wano, that Big Mom did get this particular fruit at God Valley. However, that setback didn't stop Kuma from stealing and eating the paw fruit just in time, which luckily for them is the perfect ability to allow all these 3 kids to escape. So I guess really good job choosing the right fruit there, Kuma. However, before they can actually leave, they're confronted by Saint Saturn here, who once again shows off his incredible flames and authority here, and what we do think is Haki Lightning, even in his human form. It's really hard to say what it's supposed to be in this chapter, but seriously, I'm thinking more and more that these Gorosei are not just supremely powerful, even though they're total scumbags, but they might not even be human in that sense. Again, one thing I keep saying over and over is that these might just be straight up devils or demons. Maybe there's something else that have eaten a human devil fruit, kind of like Chopper. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. Maybe they are just devil fruits, but I kind of want to believe it's something cooler. And Kuma even kind of addresses this when he yells at Saturn that it isn't fair that the world nobles are born with such power and authority, but what's even crazier maybe is that Kuma says that he would free people if he had that same power as Saturn, and then Saturn says that that is exactly why people like him and his entire race must be erased. Like, seriously? I don't know if these Gorosei have just lived so long that they just think of people as objects or trash, but it's incredible that this is the Gorosei's true perspective. And really, so much for my old idea that I once had that the Gorosei might actually be decent people who kind of try their best to not let Imu destroy the world. I mean, after everything we've seen, they're just straight out evil. But right after this, Kuma actually uses his new powers to push himself, Ivankov, and Ginny all the way to his former home, the Sorbet Kingdom, which is a bit unbelievable if you ask me, that he was able to be that accurate pushing across the world literally moments right after eating that devil fruit. Okay, I mean, I'll go along with it because this is a twist I personally wasn't expecting at all. I think most people were thinking that the slaves would spend at least a few chapters here, but this change is both super interesting and maybe a little bit disappointing. I mean, let me explain. Starting with the downside, it appears that this is the end of Kuma's involvement in God Valley, which more than likely means that we're going to have to wait even longer to see the real battle here. I mean, it makes sense though that we would continue with Kuma here, since this is after all a flashback, but still, I wouldn't really be surprised if we would have to wait a long time until a full Roger flashback or something like that later on to really see the full scope of this legendary battle. But on the other hand, it's of course not all a disappointment though, because with Kuma now out of the battle, we do have to ask what happened to him, Ivankov, and most importantly, Ginny. Because the 3 main things that we know about Kuma's story so far is that he will at some point need to become the ruler of the Sorbet Kingdom, meet up with Luffy's father Dragon to found the Revolutionary Army, and become a warlord slash government puppet. Plus, somewhere in there, Bonnie is born as well, or maybe cloned. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, but I honestly don't know in what order.
It's time to watch the spookies. I like that spooky.
Well, Rich, we're back, and I was thinking we could maybe do something just a little bit different today.
Oh, that's perfect, Jake, because I've been spending a lot of time on Facebook lately, and I'd like to have an in-depth personal discussion with you today about why your children shouldn't get vaccinated.
Well, we're going to do a battle of the genres! What were you saying about anti-vaccination?
Oh, you see, you shouldn't give your kids...
Well, Rich, it's been a while since we've done a battle of the genres. In the early days of the show, I think we did them because we would do, like, themed episodes.
Yeah.
Where we watched all dinosaur movies or, like, all ninja movies.
And that was far too redundant.
We decided that we wanted some more variety, so we started Battle of the Genres. And now every episode is kind of a Battle of the Genres. But we're going to do one now with the official rules, which are...
It's different somehow.
I think the idea is instead of voting best of the worst, we vote which is the best representation of its genre.
Okay.
We got an action, horror, and sci-fi.
Ooh, the spookies. We got a classic 80s cover here with a lot of different monsters. The spookies. Imagine you and your friends are paired up with your favorite dates, and the night is very young. Okay. There's an old, dilapidated mansion just down the road a bit, near the deserted graveyard. It would be the perfect place to party. Let loose. Lose your souls. What you and your friends don't know is that inside the house lives an ancient sorcerer, a master of the dark arts. He has sacrificed many to give eternal life to his beloved comatose bride. Just a few more humans are needed. The masterful wizard is about to begin another evening of magic, conjuring up a dizzying array of monstrous creatures. Hellish lizards, skeletal reapers, demons, zombies, ghosts, lust-crazed muckmen!
Lust-crazed muckmen!
Lust-crazed muckmen!
Why isn't that the title of the movie?
Luring hags and Spider-Woman.
Alluring hags or luring hags?
I think they meant alluring, but it just says luring.
Okay, so it says you just have a little hag in the corner going, come here.
Yeah, come on.
I got some muckmen.
Nothing you have ever witnessed before will have prepared you for the incredible special effects that make Spookies the ultimate unforgettable experience in pure unrelenting terror.
That was a whole lot of text just to say some kids go into a house and see monsters.
Is he making cat noises? Yeah. He's saying meow.
He's a pirate, gypsy, cat, werewolf.
It's a sound effect cat. Cool effect.
Oh, he's the horny one. What? That.
Is it heart?
That. Our next film, with an amazing cover and a very direct title, is Action USA.
Now, in the Battle of the Genres, is that our action film?
No, this is our science fiction film.
Okay.
Because the car is flying, so I assume it's set in the future. And this guy is also flying. Billy Ray's a bad risk. He took the mob's family jewels. Now they want his... Now they want his, Rich. They want his family jewels. They tried beating and scaring it out of him, but he's not giving them up. So they kill him. Now everyone believes Carmen must know where the jewels are. Who's Carmen? They didn't introduce Carmen.
Well, then Carmen gets introduced halfway through the movie, Jay.
Okay. The mafia boss has brought in his Top Gun, in all caps. No registered trademark after Top Gun, though. To find her and the jewels. The slime ball and his trained killers follow our heroes through car crashes and gun battles across the state of Texas, leaving a trail of fireballs and hunks of twisted metal.
Who are our heroes? There's only a girl who's on the run.
Is Carmen the girl?
I thought so.
Carmen is in possession of the family jewels.
There was an action hero who took the jewels, but he apparently dies early in the film. Was she taking the corpse with her?
I don't know. Action USA!
I can't wait. I want some schlock.
We got explosions. We got a guy falling out a window. We got fast cars.
Oh, and that's got to be the family jewel.
An animated family jewel. It looks like it's from a fantasy film.
I'll be so happy if like they didn't even have like a fake jewel to use, so they have an animated jewel that
it's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but it's just a jewel.
Yeah.
That's the whole movie.
He like picks it up and they awkwardly try and animate it in his hand.
Rich, you're leaving, and I just discovered very important information. Cameron Mitchell is in this film. I repeat, Cameron Mitchell is in Action USA.
Yes!
Maybe you think this is no big deal, huh? Let me tell you. You lousy diamonds. I'll tell you what that was.
He's hating her hair.
Yeah. I like you. You're my security hair. So you have blankets, animals.
See, he needed his emotional support hair, or else he gets really cranky.
Jump it! Jump it! Hang on!
Yeah.
Jump it! Yes, jump it, please!
Oh. Jump what?
What are you jumping?
Yeah!
How do you just jump things with your car?
Yeah! Looks like them Duke boys are in a bunch of trouble again. Oh, he doesn't have the magic jumping abilities.
That's what would really happen.
Yes! All our bad guys are dead now. Oh my god!
Of course.
Oh, there he's still shooting. He's running away from the water.
Fuck. You're not so lucky now, asshole.
So our final film, I presume our science fiction film, is Alien Private Eye.
Alien Private Eye. Oh man, this is such an all-time great episode. If you take it once, you die. Oh, whoop, oh, we done.
I don't need to say anything else.
No.
It's so embarrassing.
It's everything that you need to know. It's got non-stop action and an out-of-focus alien private eye on the cover.
Yeah, that looks like
I'm verifying because my stream is behind. Wait, my stream's way behind.
Like, zoomed in on him, so that's why he's out of focus.
Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just like an extra, but they thought he looked interesting enough to be on the box.
The movie's not actually about an alien private eye.
I stopped paying attention to Ivan to go watch some spookies and to get the gem.
Dude,
Typical.
it's the power of the spookies, and that's what I was trying to say. The Xenite, you drops once. You're okay. It drops twice. Who knows? Drops 3 times. Getting close. Drops 4 times. You die instantly. Lust-crazed muckman! Alright, let's go get my next Slayer task, because we are blocking these bastards. I should just go to... No, I should just go to the thing.
Star of Radon's all-time classic action extravaganza, Game of Survival.
Is that the full title of the film?
It's
Who are these people and what is this
I
movie?
think Radon is the person who made Game of Survival, but I am not familiar with either of these things.
Isn't Radon a video game character?
Radon is something you have to be careful isn't in your home's basement or you'll die. Triumphantly return. Nikki Hill, you know, from the memorable Game of Survival.
So some random actress that was in some random movie triumphantly returns.
As Lemro, a stylish
Lemro.
private eye with a nose for action. Our story takes place in Los Angeles
whoops.
because it's convenient, because that's where all the movies are filmed. Where two halves of a magical black disc have been hidden. Rumors of its power have spread throughout the underworld. Every two-bit thief, petty criminal, dreams of finding both halves and claiming the disc's power for themselves.
Oh, Black Disc.
Non-stop action, gang wars, car chases, and sexy love scenes are just some of the fun leading up to the final knockdown, drag 'em out confrontation, where Lemro's true powers are revealed. But enough said, rent the tape and find out for yourself.
Is that what it says?
It says enough said. It says, well, it spells enough wrong. It doesn't do enough like Stan Lee. It throws an E in front of it, but it's still not spelled like enough.
But it does say rent the tape and find out for yourself?
Enough said, rent the tape and find out for yourself.
So they didn't even have enough confidence in this film that anyone would ever want to buy it. They're like, it's gonna end up on some shelf. Just rent it, please.
Alright, time to do this mini game for some crafting XP. I'll do anything for some crafting XP now. Cause guess what crafting level I need to hit?
95.
Not quite. 93. 95 would make sense though, or I guess 94 would be the maximum I would ever have to hit, because you can boost 5 levels with a lot of effort. But no, I believe the item is at 98, so 93 is all I need to get to. All I need to get to. That's all talent. Just 90, just higher than any level that I have for a skill.
You know?
Where I have to blow glass. Well, these give me 5 already cut emeralds. That's worthless.
You see what they did there? Oh, and Indiana Jones fake out. You can stop doing that. Then doing it. How embarrassing.
Also, it sure is convenient that I have 89 mage now, or else I wouldn't be able to enchant the Z-Knight jewelry anyway. But I do, so
wow,
I can.
Congratulations.
Yeah. All right, time to change my blocks. Let's go to rewards. All right. I think we decided we'd unblock Calphites, because I don't think Calphites are that bad. And then we would block our demons. Kill Dust Devils. Perfect, my man. Not going to do that right now, but it's good to know I got those in the bank. I will savor that flavor. Because I need, how much Slayer XP do I still need? 197. That'll probably give me at least a third of that, probably a little more. So you know what I think I'm gonna do to start this? Look at my Stardust. Let's cash some Stardust in here. Need to get ourselves some gem bags. I'll pay you 1,000,000 quiblets for that Z-Knight talent.
1,000,000 space bucks.
You already got. Well, where's my 1,000,000 quiblets? Because you already got it.
Like the producers, like that kind of situation.
Oh yeah, where they had to make a bad thing on
movie
purpose.
for a tax write-off.
1,000,000 quiblets.
Like they just don't care.
Wait, this is not leading me where I thought.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it. Like
Well, basically, it's a regular episode except for like the 2 seconds at the end.
Which is usually about a 5-minute discussion that we trim down to 2 seconds because it's never interesting.
Never.
So basically, it's a waste of time to call this Battle of the Genres, but we're going to do it anyway.
If we can't have pointless rules that we don't understand ourselves, what's the
And
point?
and that we don't follow.
We completely ignore most of the
We
time.
always forget about.
It's fine. You know what? It's fine. So I am sitting near the middle, and you are a rookie. So I'm gonna take charge, and I already mispronounced something.
You're gonna
so
stake charge.
I'm gonna stake charge.
Yeah, prime rib.
But Rich, if you do the intros, who's going to explain Alien Private Eye? I guess that's up to you, but
I don't know that I have the power to describe Alien Private Eye.
I don't know if any of us do.
But Jay, you like spoopy movies. Tell us about the spoopies.
Well, there's nothing spoopier than Spoopies. Spoopies, the movie starring Spoopies. This is Spookies. This is a movie I've heard about for years and I'd never seen. Famously, as famous as anything related to Spookies is, the movie was shot and then the producers saw it and they said, this sucks, we need more spoopy things. And so they went back to do reshoots, but they didn't have the original actors. So they just shot unrelated shit that they tried to kind of shoehorn into the movie. And it feels like a movie that they shot unrelated shit and shoved into.
It's full Cavill's mustache, where you can clearly tell.
This is the Justice League of B-schlock horror films.
Exactly.
Yeah, the movie starts with a little kid. We don't know who he is or why he's there, but he goes to the woods and meets a child molester.
Yep. Sits under a tree first to eat or celebrate something.
Well, that's the best place to go to attract child molesters.
Yeah. Well, it's the molesting tree, and so
it's famous in this town.
It's like, if you want to go by the molesting tree, bring some snowballs to share.
Now, while all this is going on, though, we're randomly cutting away to two groups of people in two different cars that are following each other, and it's very confusing.
What a jerk.
Would you slow down, Duke? You know he doesn't know these roads like you do. You do know these roads, don't you?
And we're done with that.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, well, those two cars, they were at a party together, but one is like young, like hip kids.
I'm an asshole, man. I'm gonna drink, do what I want.
And then the other car is like old man. We thought it was like the designated driver or something, but
like the chaperone, the father who chaperoned them.
But no, it's one of those kids' boyfriends.
No, leave me alone. I don't want to do nothing.
That out of place old man.
Someone was dating Uncle Tony and wanted to take him to the hip party.
Well, that's, yeah, so we cut to two cars driving to somewhere. Back to Billy, back to cars, back to Billy, who shows up at an abandoned house.
And in front of a totally real graveyard.
Yes.
So he goes into this rundown abandoned house, and there is a creepy birthday party waiting for him there.
Hey, a surprise party. So you didn't forget after all.
Who?
This is really great.
Huh?
You can come out now.
I think it's
Spookies.
What the fuck is happening? This is supposed to be your house? Why are you here? What are you doing?
He just went into a random house.
And you expect the parties for you?
Yep.
What's happening?
Why is he there?
Yeah.
He just walks in.
And he starts talking. It's like, oh, you did this for me?
Yeah.
Okay, come on out.
I just walked into this abandoned house, and I'm not surprised at all that there's a birthday party specifically for me here.
And then we see our second spooky, who's dressed up like a Jawa.
Yes.
And the makeup is so bad, we thought it was like the school bully who was about to play a prank on Bobby.
We thought it was a little kid in a Halloween costume or something.
That's exactly
in the
what
context of the movie.
Yes.
In reality, it's a little kid in a Halloween costume.
Yeah. But I mean, and it really doesn't matter because that particular spooky does not show up for another hour.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Billy.
He gets spooked out by Dr. Spookula. We got to talk about Dr. Acula.
F. Murray Abraham.
Who's F. Murray Abraham sometimes?
Sometimes.
Who's the ringleader of this whole affair
With the throbbing-
in what is clearly reshoots that had nothing to do with the original movie.
When all of the pawns have been sacrificed, we will win our queen back again.
Just to be clear, the original movie before reshoots is very obvious, which is a bunch of kids go to a house, abandoned house, to party, find an Ouija board, and conjure up spirits. And then go from room to room being boring, and occasionally a spooky jumps out at them.
What? He really wants to get in that door. He threw a chair and broke it.
That's the original movie.
It's Boring Evil Dead.
Yes. Boring Evil Dead.
But you can tell what it is and what the original plot was supposed to be before the reshoots kind of like try to recontextualize everything and add nothing to the story.
Yeah, like they pull out the Ouija board and then we cut to Dr. Acula and it's like he's controlling the Ouija board now.
How old am I? Ask it. How old is Adrian Booth?
24.
And he's controlling the Ouija board so he can kill people to collect souls to bring his dead wife back to life, even though she is already back to life.
She was just sleeping.
Well, and he needs to kill them to collect their souls, but also he just enjoys fucking with them.
Yeah. I'm so glad that they added these reshoots to make the movie just a little more clear.
Come on, Megan, it's spooky as hell inside.
Oh, did he go and pick them up? Oh, I guess they have 2 cars. Oh, fuck it. Oh, I don't know.
Wait, Billy's back.
Oh, good.
Pay attention.
Because that's what happens to Billy in this film is he gets clawed slightly and falls into an open grave, and then I guess he's just too tired to climb out.
Yeah, and
So
Wolf.
they just bury him.
And Wolf dude was fast. He was like, oh shit.
I gotta shovel really fast to make this even somewhat believable.
Yeah.
Billy every once in a while kind of goes.
Oh, he died from dirt.
His wounds got infected. He's allergic to dirt.
So Billy's out of the movie, and our group of teens and Uncle Tony come to the house.
Maybe somebody does live here?
Somebody does live here. Forever.
What? They want a party because they got kicked out of a party.
For fighting. Rocco? What was his name?
Yes, Rocco.
Trash bag man.
Trash bag.
I'm surprised nobody got into a fight with the guy with the puppet. Like, if anyone's gonna get beat up at a party, it's a guy with a puppet.
Uh-oh. Duke's mad now, Mook.
That was another thing about this movie. It's like introduced many characters where I hope to like people unless they're just like, oh, obviously you're the villain. We shouldn't like you. But it's just like, okay, I'm behind this Billy kid.
Because he's got a sack lunch?
Jesus.
What did you like about him?
Well, no, but it's like you want to, it's like this
he's
kid,
got
it's his birthday and all this
snowballs,
stuff.
yeah.
But then you're just like, oh God, fucking die. Die. And then the joke guy and his friend Mook, it's like, okay, enough of you, kill this man.
Control. I'm in control. It's okay.
Oh, fuck you.
Have you guys ever been on an airplane?
And then there was
And then
a
Grandpa
few
boyfriend, of course. You want him to
Grandpa
die.
boyfriend.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, who's the hero of the movie somehow?
Well, until he's
he
not
was
anymore.
the hero of the original cut.
Until they re-edited the film to make them all just die. Spoilers.
So Spooky's very bad. Just, obviously, very bad movie. Shockingly interesting creatures.
Yeah, like they're not great special effects, but they're enough where you're like, oh, they
They're
tried.
back.
They're fun.
That's cool. Yeah.
No, sometimes.
And except for when they got back to that fucking Wolfman, fuck that guy.
Why? Can somebody explain to me why we cut away to the Wolfman so much? It's like they have to have a shot of him in between every other shot of the film. Why?
He goes up to windows and looks in at the scene that's happening that has nothing to do with him. And then they just keep cutting to him looking in the window.
Like, there are shots, like, you know in the original movie that these doors just, like, closed on their own and that was supposed to be spooky? But they chose to edit this so that Wolfman is the one closing all of the doors.
Maybe that's his job. Or maybe the editor also played the Wolfman and he just wanted to get as much screen time as possible.
Look out, spooky!
Ah! That's a neat little spooky.
I like that spooky.
Fish. The one that we all fell in love with immediately, and when they got injured, we're like, aw.
Don't hurt that spooky.
We felt,
And it's
we
like,
felt
no,
worse
why'd you stab
for
that?
the sperm lizards than we did for any of the heroes.
I don't know what your sperm looks like, but
They were cool looking. They had little gnarly teeth, weird little eyes, and
And we say
ears.
they, but it's clearly just one.
Oh, sure.
Because you never see
Yeah,
more
yeah.
than one in a shot at a time, but it's supposed to be like a room full of them attacking her.
I want to say one of the the first creature we see is like the skeleton.
The first spooky.
I'm sorry, I'm very
spooky.
First one we see is when their friend Carol gets possessed. That's the first one we see, and then she wants to kill everybody because in the original movie, she is the head villain, the demon that possesses the girl.
Yes.
But now I guess she's just a pawn because it's Dr. Acula in charge. Whatever.
Speaking through, yeah.
But then we get the horny mud monsters.
Well, horny is something, but
I was told in the back of the box that they're horny.
Isn't it farting? Is it farting?
Yes.
Oh! What the fuck? It's farting.
Yes, the next thing we see is the horny mud monsters that aren't horny, but they do fart a lot.
they
They're not horny,
emerge from the
they're
ground.
gassy.
It's just like, wait a minute, was that a? Holy shit! It was.
Are these the horny? Not lusty, gusty.
Gusty.
Is this like in editing? They just said fuck it?
It has to be.
They're shit
Fuck it.
miners.
It has to be.
And those things were violent. One definitely was. I mean, one just was just like, this table is done. Just like smacking down support posts and holy shit, calm down.
When you said they were violent, I thought you were just talking about the potency of their farts.
That too.
We want to stop them from farting. All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to suggest that maybe just some really terrible sound editing thought that was a good squishy sound effect for muck monsters.
I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you.
You ever step in like a bucket of muck?
It sounds like a fucking fart. Just put a fart in.
It's like those little things that you squish your fingers
My
in.
kid just got some gack.
What is gack?
Gack is great stuff. Oozy. Gack is fishy.
It's the thing that got the movie banned from theaters.
Kids would just come out and just annoy the rest of the mall.
Took my children to see Spoopies, and little Timmy just kept farting on his sister afterwards. I couldn't get him to stop farting on his little sister.
Halloween of 1987. Every kid just wanted to go as a fart monster.
Alright, so what's next in Ivan's Rare Drops?
Kids across America farting on their parents.
I mean, right now,
Mispronounced name.
right now it is cutting.
You know, it's the 1980s.
Sapphires.
Spoopies is what they would have called like the Saturday morning cartoon adaptation.
Those don't sound like
Yes,
Rare
the
Drops.
real spookies.
we gotta get the crafting levels to make any use of these things. So I just cashed in all my Stardust. Now I've got 4,000 sapphires to get. I'm not gonna do them all in a row, but I'm at least gonna get 80 real quick.
Yes.
I'm so close.
Oh,
Okay. Head's getting bigger.
It's fucking weird.
What the fuck is gonna come out of that?
Ooh, maybe?
Yeah. Yes, she's turning into a
Here
spider.
we go. Yeah! Yeah!
Oh my god.
That's horrifying.
Oh god. That's awesome. I don't know what happened.
I kind of assumed the whole movie would be the little slug monsters. Like when I think of spookies, I think of ghoulies. You know, you think of those type of movies. So you just have a bunch of little creatures running around. But this is just like whatever.
Like we made this movie. It's terrible. Let's fix it. Let's add some more things to it. Oh my God, it's still terrible. What's popular? Rubber monsters? I don't know. We'll call them spoopies.
Get it on the shelf.
That sounds like munchies.
Yeah, they're writing off the success of Munchies.
Go out the window. Get out of the way.
So our next spooky is the Grim Reaper. He shows up.
A statue that comes to life.
Our werecat closes the door. Clearly the werecat.
He's always fucking closing those doors.
He's the anti-Cameron.
The anti-Cameron Mitchell. The werecat's always close. Will you close the effing door?
He's like Cameron Mitchell's like ultimate like henchman.
Yes.
Close those fucking doors.
He always closes the fucking door. I love that wolf man.
Yes, Cameron. I'll close the fucking door.
Just stop
Oh
yelling
God,
at
Cameron
me.
Mitchell should have been Dr. Acula.
That would have been great.
That would have been great.
That would have elevated this probably to the best movie I've ever seen.
Yes, 100%. And so they're trapped in this room, and they can't open the door, and so our hero, Uncle Tony, decides to do the only logical thing. The door!
Oh.
Whoops. Yeah!
Were you?
I fell asleep.
Were you in your
You
bed?
were laying in bed.
Yeah, I didn't want to fall asleep. I wanted to lay in my bed for a bit.
That's weird. You're weird, Pat. I got my fourth rare drop while you were gone. I'm free-ish.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Now I just need to grind 14 graphic levels. Which is gonna take, like, actually forever. But I can just chip away at that.
Diving headfirst through a door.
That was great.
That was great.
Door. I've seen windows.
Yeah.
But not doors.
That fucking worked.
Yes, because dude, Rocco tried many chairs.
Rocco has never opened a door in his life. He has no idea how to do it. I just throw chairs at him. They open up. I don't know.
But they still have to deal with the Grim Reaper that's chasing them.
Oh yes.
Death
I'm sorry.
is combustible. If you throw Death off a roof, he explodes.
That was a fan going off of a cliff. Uncle Tony for the win.
He did it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
I don't really know. Take that, Death.
It was a Grim Reaper made out of kerosene because that bitch went up.
The Grim Reaper, it's a little bit of trivia. The Grim Reaper prop was originally supposed to appear in Action USA.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
We load everything with Grim Reapers. Set them shits on fire.
All right, so the truck for this explosion scene, it's filled with Grim Reapers.
How many are you thinking? 10. Whoa. How big a truck is it?
Just give it a little nudge.
Just push it a little bit. That's what in Action USA, that explosion that was too big added too many Reapers. Yeah, that was it.
Just a few too many Grim Reapers. Well, this is 80 minutes into the movie where we are now introduced to our protagonist, which is his reborn wife.
Knife's in my head, my only weakness. How did you know? Little rod puppet arms.
Who has to fight Madam?
Yeah.
Do you remember the old puppet?
Yes. Oh, so we see the hand of the puppeteer many times to the point where you're wondering if it's intentional. Is that another spooky down there?
It's a, you know what? It's a ghost puppeteer.
Okay.
Okay. The real spooky.
Yeah, the real spooky wasn't the witch. It was a ghost puppeteer controlling the witch puppet.
The spirit of Jim Henson?
So many layers.
And then she has to run away.
And then she runs from zombies for fucking 15 minutes.
Meets her little, like, ugly baby who's like, mama.
Mama.
All right.
Okay.
I'm into it. I'm super into it.
So then she dies. All of our other heroes die. Billy's dead.
Everybody dies.
Like this.
Spoopies!
Jesus Christ. Yay!
So our next movie is Action USA. Tim, would you like to tell everybody about this fine film?
Well, I'll tell you about the film. Action USA. It's all about diamond smuggling. Ooh. You think diamond smuggling would need more of a cat burglar type touch to it? Fuck no.
Hello everyone, how you guys doing? Hopefully you guys are having. As far as if it's worth it or not, I think it's demoralizing. And for the mining XP, you can get 20 to 55k XP. Not, then go with, we'll do that later. You're also going to need to bring buckets, and that's about 2,000 an hour, depending on how high or low your mining is. A stamina or a run energy potion is nice. Shanty Pass could be useful depending on how you're getting here. And water skins are also going to be important unless you have the Desert Elite Diary done. Most people probably don't have that, of course, but if you do, it is very nice. You don't have to worry about the water skins and you have more inventory space. So let's talk about where we need to go and what we're going to be. Desert of Alcor. If you want to be on the northwest side of the mine in here, there's someone already at this spot, so I'll hop around and find a world. Typically it is a little packed, so you might have to hop a little bit to find something. So the 3 blocks to note are right here, 2 on the south of me and 1 on the west. Essentially, this is going to be all you really need. Find the one in front of you and keep on moving down the line. By the time you go ahead and mine the 3rd one, the first one will have respawned and you can just run back over there like so. You don't want to really go around the corner because then you got a longer run back and it's just not really worth it. Just continue doing this until you fill up an entire inventory, and then we'll run on over to where the sand grinder is located. So you'll notice that you're getting different sizes of sandstone. There is a 10, a 5, a 2, and a 1. The 10 gives...
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another 10-hour video. Now, this one, we're going to be doing on the old hardcore Iron Man because there's a grind that I need to do, and that is to get buckets of sand for my crafting. However, boys and girls, when I do these 10-hour videos, I generally have a pretty reasonable idea of got each not even Yanil. I don't even have the level to fill them up at Yanil. I have to fill them up at fucking Daenerys. So this is definitely a better option than that. Okie dokie, guys. 2 hours up here at the old.
My name is Minichogbo, and this is my guide on how to efficiently collect sandstone. With the current poll that ends on February 11th passing, it is evident that collecting buckets of sand is no longer efficient, and collecting sandstone will be tar at the bottom, a placeholder. Then mine, and then I'm going to click here, herb tar, mine. And then we're just going to do this back and forth until we have a full inventory. That is essentially the basics of this method. Let's now move on to actually mining and collecting sandstone efficiently. Although efficient skilling is relatively difficult to do,
Hello and welcome to this video. Throughout this video I'm going to be using the water. Travel to the better bin as an Iron Man to get your buckets of sand. You'll find Drew over here who will store your sand. He will be able to store about 25,000 empty buckets and you will store the buckets on him like this. How many do you wish to deposit? I wish to deposit 15,000 buckets. He's now holding 25 buckets for me. I can check how much bucket to purchase sand. To get your buckets of sand will be 4 buckets of sand. We have now mined a very little amount of sandstone. We have 2,200.
You go balls out, action, car chases. Bang, 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 through glass, titties. It's in here.
Yeah. School buses.
School buses.
You know what's not in there? Cleverness.
Who needs cleverness when you have blunt stupidity? All right, where's the people moving the giant plate pane of glass?
Yes. A little corner fruit stand. Oh, a guy on a ladder! Yeah! Whoop!
Well, it starts with lovers. Just lovers, and the guy's being all coy and stuff, and he's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be ice.
Overcompensation.
Overcompensation.
Oh, yeah.
beautiful.
You know what? I forgot about the entire opening of this movie. It's
Beautiful
amazing.
Corvette.
That
But
engine really
it's
makes
like,
up for his penis.
My God, he's the smallest. Micro penis, I would think.
You're in a driveway. Be careful. Don't hit
Look
the nitrous.
out!
Hey, ladies, want to see my movie? Oh my God, how could you see?
Oh my God! I bet he's drinking a beer. His dick is so small.
Oh my God.
Oh, I fucking
I was
love
gonna
it.
say, is this the movie equivalent of the guy who has the nice car?
Yes.
Is this the filmmakers compensating?
Yep.
Overcompensating.
He's feeling up a lady while drinking and driving in a sports car in Texas. He needs to be eating a steak.
He's gonna pull a steak out from her thighs. Yeah.
Walks out. Of course, dude is packing.
He's got a gun. Also, he has a gun. He's had a gun this whole time.
It's so small.
And that goes to the first door being blown in.
That they're just like, it's just like it's not even on hinges. It just kind of gets knocked over.
Come on, man, we can cut a deal. We don't make deals with dead men.
Deals? What are they talking about?
Shut up, bitch.
Our two first favorite hitmen.
Jacked up Freddie Mercury.
Jacked up Freddie Mercury.
I'll punch him in his little dick.
Yeah!
Punch him in his dick. I'm trying.
I keep missing, man.
The shit's elusive.
He gets put, a small penis, gets put in the trunk of a car and taken to like a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
She gets in her car to chase after, knowing exactly where he goes, because that starts the theme of there being only one road in Texas.
Everybody knows where everybody else is at every moment.
At every moment. They get into a helicopter so they can intimidate Micropenis into telling them where the diamonds are.
Well, I was surprised you see that helicopter like going through like a town square.
Oh
Like
my
it's
God.
really low to the ground. Like it's crazy.
I'll criticize this movie about a lot of things, but that was impressive.
Yeah, no, all the stunts and explosions and all the shit in this movie, like, which is the reason the movie exists. Like, all that stuff's great.
Is it always great?
Well, most of it's great.
Okay.
It's great except for when it isn't.
For a movie called Action USA, it lives up to it. Like, there's enough action.
I don't think there is. I think it's just there's a few well-timed explosions and some kind of mediocre action. I said it. I said it. There's some lame shootouts. There's some lame chases, but they all end in spectacular explosions.
I'm not expecting John Wick, the raid level, constant excitement from a movie called Action USA.
Yeah, I want to see stupid shit. Yeah. And you see a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like when they drop him out of the helicopter on accident, that was some stupid shit.
Well, they tried to grab onto his penis. It was so small.
Nothing there. Grab his dick. I'm trying.
We should have known by his car.
God damn it, you let him drop.
So he goes into the water. Yeah. Lady knows where he landed.
The fuck over, damn it.
He's like, get out of the driver's seat, bitch.
Thanks for picking me up. I'm driving.
Yeah. Peels out. Instead of being bright, using the helicopter to like pursue and be on top of this car, no, they'll land and take the time to land. and get into their own car to follow.
No, it's not their car. They steal somebody's car.
They steal somebody's car.
Which continues, like this action sequence has been happening for the last 10 minutes.
Yes.
And it's a Wile E. Coyote bullshit mess, and it's great because they're everywhere. There's explosions, there's cars, there's crashes.
Oh my God!
Some road
Now she's just dangling out the door.
How did that happen?
He turned a corner and the door flew
the
open.
door opened. That's a guy in a wig.
That's definitely a guy in a wig.
This is the one where there's a school bus possibly stopped at a railroad crossing.
Yes, yeah.
Call back.
You got to be careful at those railroad crossings.
You have to be careful of those railroad crossings. And they see a tow truck, and the dude wants to take it as a ramp.
Who cares? Like that. USA! It worked just like that, Mike.
Oh my God.
They're dead. They're absolutely dead. End of movie. Maybe the stunt wasn't supposed to happen like that.
They loaded that truck with Grim Reapers.
This actually is a good piece of foreshadowing because later in the movie, girl who ends up surviving is clearly concussed.
It's clear, yeah. It's clearly not the writing of somebody that doesn't understand how to write a female character with any sort of motivation at all,
or any sort of logical human being.
Yeah.
The bad guys kill the dude, but before they kill the micro penis, he gives some vague clues for something we don't really know about.
Yes.
And here's where I thought this movie could have been really interesting and subversive. You set up like a disposable female in the beginning of an action movie.
TNA character.
And then gets tossed aside.
Yes.
And now she is our protagonist. I was like, oh, what a fun twist. She'll be the action star for the rest of the movie. Oops. But as it turns out, no, she's just the dumb woman who does whatever the dudes tell her all the time.
She's a human MacGuffin.
Yeah. I was gonna say I was gonna put it the exact same way.
Oh, there you go.
She has no control over what's happening. She is kidnapped and unkidnapped and rescued.
More disturbingly, she has no concern over what's happening. She has no concern for her own safety.
Yeah.
You guys gotta learn to relax.
Miss, you were almost killed this morning.
Twice.
He didn't want her to open the window, but they're eating in a public restaurant. Right?
None whatsoever.
It's like hitmen are trying to kill her. She wants to hang out at the country bar.
I just want to go dancing.
She's just leaving him again.
Like there was some kind of plot about her wanting to get away from them and not wanting the protection.
Sure.
That could be fun.
Yeah, that would give her actually a character.
Yeah.
What? You deserve to get killed.
Kill this
woman. Fuck you.
Backpack battles.
See, well, the best example of that is they have her hiding out in a hotel room. Oh, by the way, she's being monitored by two cops.
Mate.
One of them is played by the fucking guy from Hackle Lantern, the Devil's Son. He's back.
Yep.
But they have her in a hotel room, and she takes a shower just so he gets some more gratuitous TNA. And then she comes out in a towel, and even though they know they're supposed to be laying low, she's like, I'm going to open up the window. And they're like, don't open up the window.
Get away from that window, miss!
Why? What are you worried about?
Fuck yeah!
He just jumps through the window. Why would you want to open the window when you're in your towel anyway?
I don't know.
No.
Oh!
Motherfucker!
Mama!
I just took a shower!
Then immediately in the next scene, she's like, why are you guys so grumpy? Let's have some fun.
Yeah. Well, then they're like, well, I know we're supposed to be laying low, but let's go to a old country buffet. Like, what are they doing there?
He's Not only is he walking, he's on a treadmill.
Tell him I want the broad back here alive.
Oh, he's in rage mode. This is great.
Yeah. He's mad.
He's angry. When his line delivery is angry, you know he's gonna be good.
I guess they made him walk on a treadmill.
Cameron Mitchell.
Oh my God.
Well, okay, let's not talk about Cameron Mitchell. Let's just show in its entirety all of Cameron Mitchell's scenes.
Bunch of lousy amateurs.
I can give a shit about Garrick.
Okay, we're back. It's 30 seconds later.
What did we watch recently? We watched Kill Squad.
Yeah.
This is very similar to Kill Squad, where Cameron Mitchell is filmed at his house, being leisurely, being the big bad guy.
Yeah, he's the main bad guy. We cut back to him every once in a while throughout the film.
He's Frankie the big
In this movie,
bad
he's
guy.
Frankie, yeah.
And so I guess I was expecting something very similar. Cut back to him at his house. He's with girls. He's having a party. And then at the end, there's the big confrontation between Frankie where, you know, he sits down most of the time because he's Cameron Mitchell.
Yeah.
But he gets his in the end.
Of course, because he's the big bad guy.
They keep mentioning him as being the big bad guy. He's in 2 scenes that are both less than a minute long.
It's upsetting to say the least.
Tragedy.
It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy.
Like, it's worse than, like, lazy Cameron Mitchell, like, won't get out of the wicker chair Cameron Mitchell. Because at least then you get a decent amount of Cameron.
Well, and then the fact that he won't get out of the chair because he's too drunk is hilarious in itself.
Yes.
Here it's like he's so angry. You need to harness that in your film. Oh, he's gone.
Yes. No, this is Cameron Blue Balls.
Yeah.
You get a little tease, and then he's out the door. Says he needs ice cream.
He's off shooting 15 more films.
I need ice cream.
Maybe that's what it was. They only had him for like an hour, and he's like, I got 5 other movies to shoot this afternoon.
He's not off to film 15 other films. Other people are into his house, so he can film 15 different films. Get out, the next crew's coming in.
Give me my booze money.
I want my $20.
Leave the girl.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Oh God, that beautiful house!
These poor people just had their house fucked.
Sorry about your house, buddy.
What?
Oh! All right. You did it. You did it. Bring us right back into it.
Houses that are very easy to drive through.
That is the saddest thing I've ever seen in a Best for the Worst movie, because this is just like some poor family. Like, it's clearly like
they're just like, oh, it's a nice day outside. Let's have a beer.
Yeah,
that's cool,
you can tell
great.
it's like a a family with not a lot of money, and then our fucking heroes just drive their car through their house and it explodes.
And they're like, you ran through our bedroom.
The Grim Reaper was using their bathroom.
The Grim Reaper showed up. It's like, can I use your bedroom for about 20 minutes? And then a car drives through.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Oh no!
Oh. Who was that?
Who was that?
Whoa! That's a big explosion.
Yeah, was that even a character?
Right.
Look. I want to talk about the truck that explodes before the car hits it.
Yes.
Is mining as it's intended.
Why the fuck was that car in the air? It flew into it.
This is another random car?
No, that was his car.
But then another car flew into it.
I think that was the
it
red.
started blowing up before he hit it.
Oh my God.
And he flew into it for no reason.
Is that what happened?
He just flew into it.
Good job, movie. Good job.
And now roll credits, please.
Yeah, we're done.
We're done here.
You got away. You have the diamonds.
It's like the impact was so fast and strong that it bent time and space.
You're just seeing the light refracting differently because the explosion was so massive.
The explosion exploded faster than light.
Oh,
What?
How'd that even happen? Who cares? It's great.
But again, some fun action. You know, they're hanging out the back of a car. They jump from one car to the other. They flip-a-doos and
Keeps the hat on.
So then they find the diamonds,
course.
and as it turns out, the big cops were the bad guys.
Oh my God!
The end.
What a shocker!
It's like they had that wide, aerial shot with the car and the wacky banter, and we're like, wait, this is like a credit shot. Is the movie over?
No, the movie can't be over. We haven't wrapped up Cameron Mitchell yet.
Oh, it's over.
I know there's more story, but this looks like the ending shot of a movie, so let's just stop.
And that's how our discussion ends. It's just over.
Yep.
And here we are to our final movie of the night, Alien Private Eye.
Rich, why don't you tell us all about Alien Private Eye?
That's a nice deflection, Jack. That's I could try. I could try.
You can explain Alien Private Eye.
Lemro is a.
All you have to do is say his name, and I'm laughing.
Lemro is a super hip and cool private eye of the 80s.
It's like the 80s threw up all over him.
Dressed to the nines.
And then he has to find the two halves of the black disc. And his detective work is, it involves asking people who.
Why would you do that?
What does it look like? What did they look like?
What did they
Tell
look
me
like?
what it looks like. When?
Where?
Where?
Why?
Love them,
What
bro.
kind of struggle? Where? When? Like what? What for?
And then other people tell him what happened, and then he did his detective work.
Yeah, he's
'Cause
very good.
He's Alien Private Eye.
Yo.
And then this other lug, he likes shooting people up with drugs, so they're like, they can hang around his warehouse while he worships Hitler.
Well, he doesn't shoot them up so they'll hang around at his warehouse. They hang around his warehouse so he'll shoot them up.
Well, it's a vicious circle because he's the one shooting them up, so they'll hang around his warehouse.
Yeah, but this drug, there's you have to do a little bit of math. There's very specific rules about how you take this drug.
This drug was designed on my planet with 30th century technology. It's what you guys on Earth are headed for. Renegade scientists designed this to be the most addictive drug possible.
You shoot up 1 to 5 times and you can quit and recover.
You do this drug 5 times, you're hooked for life.
But it's really hard because you're hooked after the first
Oh,
time.
Yeah.
convenient. They're talking about the drug. You do it 5 times, you're hooked for life. That's why I had to stop at Fort Z Nights, Talon. I only did the drug
You
4
go cold
times.
turkey, you die after 5 times.
After 5, you're pretty screwed.
It's 100%. You do it a couple hundred times, 10 centuries. After 5 times, we haven't shut up 5 times yet. You die.
Between 5 and 99 times, you get.
Then you're addicted.
You're addicted.
They gave me a double dose. You do it a couple hundred times. It's 100%.
And you need a complete blood transfusion to get off of the drug. Fortunately, that never comes up.
And if you don't shoot up again then, I don't know what'll happen next.
But if you have the drug 100 times, then you die.
You do it a couple hundred times. You die. 100% total blood transfusion. You die.
And if you've had it more than 5 times,
5 times.
and quit cold turkey, you die.
You die. 5 times. A couple hundred times. You die. 100% you die. After 5 times, you die. Doing this drug feels almost as good as having sex. You die.
So you can only quit cold turkey if you've only taken it 5 times.
1 to 5.
1 to 5 times.
1 to 5
Does
times.
that
6 to
include
99 times.
I think, yeah, the 6th time you're on that fucking road where you're, it's just like, might as well enjoy it.
What if
yeah,
like
you're
half a
just fucked.
dose?
Ooh.
Well, that's a half. I mean, like,
So
that's
you
just
still
numbers.
you still have another half coming to you.
Yeah, so technically you could spread that 5 times into like 10 tiny doses. You know, have a good time.
First of all, doing this drug feels almost as good as having sex.
Why would you
Well,
want to do it? The
stick down
drug
the
seems
fork, cat.
extraordinarily painful.
Yeah, it just makes everybody go, ah, my fucking
I
brain.
need that soma. I need that soma.
Soma,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because
It's better than sex. Ow! Our main bad guy that gets all these bums hooked on the drug. His
Soma.
name is Soma.
Kilgore.
His name is Kilgore.
Can we talk about how literate this movie is? Because that's the name of the drug from A Brave New World, the book by Aldous Huxley.
Oh my God. Oh
That's
my God.
That's a deep literary cut.
Wow.
I did not know this movie was a lot smarter than I was.
It's the drug that makes everybody happy in the future.
And cut to Remlo walking down the street looking like Carmen Sandiego.
We found her!
Oh, what? Oh, what? Whoa! Oh, she's there?
You're the one who's being chased by Sutton who doesn't know why.
So not only is Remlo the coolest guy here on Earth, gets with all the ladies right away, he's also kind of a celebrity back on his home world of Stir?
Stir, something like that.
Stir?
It's got a, yeah.
Stir. I'm from Stir.
On his beautiful and majestic home planet, Stir.
Tell me what it's like.
Silver grass. Mountains 10 miles high. 5 moons, 10 suns. At night, the air is rich and sweet. You want to drink it more than breathe it.
Don't you have pollution like we do?
We whipped pollution 500 years ago.
With the silver grass and the 10 suns.
10 suns. You can't walk outside or you'll fucking die.
So he's a celebrity on Stir and the coolest because everyone goes to him for their detecting needs when the other aliens come to Earth.
Well, at the beginning of the movie, we don't know he's an alien yet.
No.
We just think he's a cool guy in a cool hat.
dude.
The coolest private eye ever.
Yeah.
Fucking slick as it.
Saves a woman in distress.
Yeah. Is he a detective or a pimp?
Take that. This hat doesn't come.
Only use Foley when absolutely necessary.
That guy just stood there.
He's just standing there with a gun.
And of course, he's like, "Let's go bone," and she's
Let's go to my apartment where the wind is constantly coming in my window.
Yeah, right. Then when I go back to my own planet, all the people...
It's just a hurricane coming.
Talk louder!
Close your windows.
There's a storm coming through. Get down to the basement.
There's a storm coming, Annie.
Get excited, the piano man.
The piano got
Wait, he keeps the hat on?
Don't you like Tom Jones?
What? He keeps the hat on.
Is he gonna have like antenna under the hat?
Oh.
Oh my God!
I'm done.
But that reveal that he's an alien, you know, she's into it. They like, he just met this woman and they're fucking. But then she takes off the hat and it's like immediately just her body language changes and she's just like.
But he keeps going.
He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't understand human
And it's
contact.
amazing acting. Her acting is amazing because she's just like, yeah, oh no, am I?
Maybe,
but I'm not sure. Oh, but
I'm
I
already
couldn't
this
stop.
far. I guess we'll just finish it.
I didn't sign up for this shit.
Runs the gamut.
I didn't sign up for Vulcan ears. This is fucking
Runs.
weird.
Like, you can see her clearly revulsed, like when it touches her face, like, nah.
He's either an alien or a Trekkie, and I don't like either of those things.
She just starts like tickling his ass to get it over with. Like, come on,
Just finish.
just finish, please.
Well, then he does very, very quickly.
Look, for his species, that was a very long time.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Under the 10 suns, that feels like a lifetime.
you gotta be quick when you do it out in front of the 10 suns. That shit's exhausting.
No wonder they say this drug is almost as good as sex if their sex is that lame. Like, That's almost as good. My mom always said, look at the ears. Look at the ears before you have sex. I never listened.
Now, she woke up a lot earlier than him, too, and could have snuck out, but she decided to get dressed and wait.
Yeah. She sat there was like, I gotta let him know I don't want to see him again.
I can't just leave him a note. That would be
I can't leave this unclear.
What are you?
An alien.
So, Lemra, what brought you here?
What do you mean, Earth is fun city?
What?
I'm having a good time. I'm on vacation.
To aliens, it's not Earth, it's Party City.
That's right. I forgot Lemro's on vacation. That's why he got a job as a private eye.
He started his own business. That's what you do when you go on vacation, right?
Yep. I'm gonna start my own business.
Did he have to do all the paperwork that's entailed? And like he had to rent an office space and like.
He's rolling in the Cremulax.
I'll pay you 1,000,000 quiplets for it.
1,000,000 quiplets.
Another alien biddy comes.
Electra.
And
Well, this is important. She comes into his office, his private eye office, and this is probably the longest scene in the movie. It looks like a student film.
You can find something for me.
Great.
All dialogue.
Also, watch out for the microphone. It's gonna hit the fan.
Mike the
chair. It's picking up the fan sound.
That's because it's directly above the fan.
Turn down the music.
We get a special cameo by the boom mic, which they decided
Lot
to
of
put
screen time.
a lot of screen
Lot
time.
of screen
They
time.
should have gotten a credit. Whoever was the boom operator decided that the best place to put it was directly above the ceiling fan.
which is why the room is filled with constant noise.
Yeah. Yes.
It's him. He doesn't see me. Let me find the
Tell me about it.
That's the mic hitting the fan, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So Lady Vulcan comes. Not a Vulcan. Lady not a Vulcan comes.
She says, I'm looking for the disc, or I have half the disc, something with the disc.
And he's like, I don't know no
I need
disc.
you to find the disc.
It's a perfect circle about this big. It's black, jet black. Silver switches with red on both sides.
What does it look like?
And he just saw half of it. What does it look like?
He knows what it is.
He knows what it is.
He's the worst.
But then, next dude comes in, who is just crushing his accent.
Yeah.
He is doing the world's worst Peter Lorre impersonation.
A struggle for control. For control of the most deadly kind of force known to man.
Like what?
Like a thermonuclear device.
Was that like Victor's friend? Just give him a roll, throw him a bone.
Oh well, who's
Victor?
Victor?
By the way, Victor is the guy who made this movie. This is one of those that magical combination where you have written, created, directed by, and it's all the same man.
Yeah, and his name in the credits is Victor.
Starring, written, and directed. And if it's all the same name, you have gold.
Not starring.
Is that starring?
No, Victor
Okay.
is not Alien Private Eye.
Oh, that's.
Written, directed, edited.
It was almost the Holy Trinity.
Yeah.
But his name is just credited as Victor.
Yeah.
Which isn't pretentious at all.
Victor.
Went on to create Early Edition.
A show that nobody remembers. But that's the weirdest thing. He only has 2 credits. He wrote, directed, and edited Alien Private Eye, and then he created a network television show that lasted several seasons called Early Edition.
Which, by the way, I've never heard of it until you guys told me
It
about
was in the 90s.
It seems like a really fun premise. Yeah. But like created by, he like just told someone like, yeah, what if there's this show and a guy got a newspaper a day early, solved crimes.
Yeah. I think at that point, whoever he was telling it to left, but he tried to continue, and he's like, and that guy was an alien. But they were like, we're not listening to you anymore, we're done.
Right.
His name is Lemro.
His Early Edition, did it start as a televised version of Alien Private Eye?
So yeah, the alien. We found out that that lady alien and Peter Lorre are alien cops.
They're space cops.
Space.
Trademark.
Yeah.
Game's too easy.
They knew not
Space
to try to call them space cops.
Space police.
What game?
They meet up with
Backpack.
I thought you were playing Cult of the Wolf Lamb. Lamb Wolf.
Lemro, because he's the best, to find this black disc, which they say could be like an atomic bomb. It could be the most dangerous weapon ever. We don't even know what kind of destructive powers this thing could have. That's why we need to find it.
Yeah.
And so he's on the case.
Well, it's also, isn't the disc like the half that the bad guy has? That's what's used to make the drugs? Isn't there something about that?
Well,
I think you need both sides for
as
the
we
drugs.
find out later, it makes the drug.
Yeah.
It's not like a super weapon. It just makes a drug.
Yeah.
And apparently our bad guy is capable to make it with just the one half he has.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's him fronting when he takes the placebo.
That's what the drug should do to you, but instead it goes.
It's almost as good as sex.
It would have made more sense if when Lemro was having sex, if he started going, it's like, oh, that's just alien sex.
So, lady who was being raped by Kilgore gets kidnapped by Kilgore so he can rape her later.
Yeah.
So she's now set up to be kind of like an addict slave of Kilgore, which will come into play later in the movie for some reason. But on the flip side of things, Lemro goes to infiltrate the bad guys in between having sex with the alien woman.
Well, he finds out where their lair is.
Yes.
And so then he has to go back to his apartment to tell the lady he found where their lair was.
Yes.
So he can go right back to the lair to steal the disc.
Well, no, Rich. He had to change outfit.
Oh.
Yeah. He was in full white. He couldn't go into a dark place.
And
with
now
white.
it's after Labor Day. All black. He was in his sneaking pumps.
Ooh. Is that? Does he go into his Michael Jackson outfit at that point? I guess they're all kind of Michael Jackson outfits.
Yeah. All Michael Jackson outfits. So he.
Except for that pathetic one where he's just wearing like a tank top with a little fur.
That was my favorite.
What is it?
What is it? You know, what is it?
He's playing dumb. Or he forgot.
We had an elongated scene.
We had a 15-minute scene.
Separate people explain to him what it is.
It's okay, everybody. Lemro's on the case.
They ran out of ideas for stupid shit, so then that was like,
Look,
whatever.
that was as laid back as Lemro gets when he's like at home on his
Those
own.
are like his pajamas.
Yeah.
Still has the gloves on, the fingerless gloves. He's like, just getting ready for bed.
Needs the gloves.
I gotta put my tiny cape on. I'm getting ready for bed.
Good night, Lemro.
You know he says that every night.
Good night, Lemro.
Hey, Lemro. You did a great job today. Snuggle. So he breaks into the bad guy's lair.
Yes.
We get my absolute favorite shot in the entire movie.
Oh! Wait.
He's even confused by it.
Yes. That's the exact appropriate reaction to that. There's a picture of Hitler on the wall.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
That's to let you know that he's in the bad guy's lair.
I want you to dance out of the room.
He's dancing out of the room back.
This song should have been Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially in the room that he goes into, where that Hitler photo is. It's like it looks like the set of the Merv Griffin show or something. It's like a talk show, and then just Hitler.
Just Hitler.
awkwardly. It's not just that it's framed on the wall. It's like up high. It's in a weird position.
Whom he apparently
We'll get to
worships
6,000
as a
buckets
deity.
of sand.
We discover that.
Because he calls upon him for help later on in the movie.
Oh, Hitler.
Oh, Hitler. Who art in hell? Help me find this disc!
How does it feel to be so grossly inconsistent?
He just prayed at
Oh,
Hitler.
I don't. I've barely begun to say it.
Art in hell, help me find this disc.
Even though he worships Hitler,
I want to
he
get to at
admits that
least
he's in hell.
15k before I start doing the first round
love
of
it.
glass making.
Wonderful sound effects to it.
Oh, sure.
What, you wanted a Foley artist? I thought you just wanted my neighbor, Jake Foley.
I think people who watch this might think that you're doing that, like you're making the bad Foley noises. No, this is in the movie.
That sounded like the Kipper kids. You know, the guys in UHF, and they're like, "Ooh." That's the Kipper kids. Okay, so then at the end of the movie, they go back to the bad guys' headquarters and sneak around and.
Oh, no. We forget about the blonde girl swapperoo.
Oh, God. Do we want to explain that?
Can you explain this to me? And does it make any sense under any possible context?
I can explain to you the logistics. I cannot detail why it happens.
So what happens?
So the bad guys capture the girl, say, "Give me the disc." The girl goes, "Whoopsie, there you go." Then it just so happens a truck passes by, and
Which was part of their plan.
They know traffic patterns. They're very meticulous.
Very long trailers too.
A very long trailer. So as the truck passes, they put the girlfriend in the car and take out of the car rape drug girl from earlier.
Asshole! Renee!
They replace her with the other girl and shoot the rape girl so that the good guys think that they shot the girlfriend.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
For what purpose?
They want to make him think she's dead so he doesn't follow them to get the disc?
Yeah.
Why would they
It's
stop
like-
from following them to get the disc?
If you can't have sex, then it's not worth living.
Why not just kill the girl? Like, what do they care? Why bother with the switch?
So, but at what it does, it backfires.
Everything about this is uncomfortable and embarrassing.
The movie or our discussion?
It's uncomfortable to watch,
Yeah.
and it's embarrassing that they wrote it.
I feel like that could be the tagline of every episode of Best of the Worst. Uncomfortable and embarrassing.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. That actually lights a fire under Lemro. And he decides to bust out the ultimate alien weapon, which we had never heard of before and didn't know existed.
Flashlight gauntlets.
So Lemro and the space cops burst into the bad guys, firing flashlight beams and real guns.
He shoots them twice.
Oh my God.
Didn't even leave a mark on the wall.
You two clean up here. Kilgore's mine.
And then he gets to the main confrontation with Kilgore, and he just throws him to the ground.
Well,
'cause he wants to have
Kilgore's
a
like,
big
we need to
fucking-
fight, you know,
fair,
man to man.
I've been waiting for a chance to do this.
And so Kilgore takes off, or he throws down his guns, and Lemro could easily just shoot him there, but instead he agrees.
Oh my God, we forgot about the priest! Oh, God! I completely forgot about the priest!
Well, let's back up to the priest, even though we're almost done. Now we gotta go back.
The priest is very important for what happens.
Oh, that's true. That's
Yes.
true. Well, the priest isn't important. What happens in the scene with the priest is
Yeah.
important. This is like, I don't know, halfway through the movie.
My son, you must turn from these evil ways.
What?
Fuck off, Father. Look within yourself for the light that beckons you.
I feel like we jumped in mid-scene here.
It just cuts to a priest yelling at Kilgore.
He's just this is the first time we've seen him. And
Well, I
then
just wonder,
Kilgore,
did Kilgore and this priest have a relationship before this scene? Like,
who's
what is happening?
who knows? Not the priest.
Not the priest.
Not the priest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh my God!
Oh, it's acid tooth.
Yeah. I'm what?
He breaks it, and the acid comes out.
Yeah.
And he only uses it once in a priest's face, and then it never comes up again.
Yeah. It's the clown's flower on his tooth. It's like, you want to smell my tooth? But it's got acid in your face.
Crazy ineffective weapon. You have to get very close to someone.
Don't get any on your gums, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, what if there's any like residue or dribbling out? And you're like, oh, fuck, whoa.
Oh, I should have shook a couple more times.
He shoots it out, and then he has to sit there.
After you have to sit there for half an hour while it drips.
I'll be right there. I'll be right there.
I have a napkin.
Tony, go give me the hose.
Come on, watch out. I can't go.
Hey, Warrior, give me a hose.
So the very important tooth.
We should get out of here first. There's a dead priest right there, man.
I can't.
I can't go
put my mouth if we leave.
You want this in your car? You want this on your car? Do shit to your vulture, man. Come on. Oh, God.
So the tooth makes a comeback is the important part.
Yes. He swallowed it.
I guess he swallowed it.
If I don't spit it out, it spits in.
It's a bad place to have dangerous acid inside of your own mouth.
Who would have thought?
Put it in a canister. Throw it out of a canister.
Punches him in the stomach, and that makes the acid go down his throat, I guess.
I think he punched him in the mouth right before he was going to do the spit. So instead of spitting, it just all went down his
I
throat.
thought he just punched him in the stomach.
Who cares?
He did something that made the acid go down his throat.
My favorite part of that scene is Lemro is completely unaware that there's an acid tooth, so he just thinks he hit him really hard.
I guess I did a pretty good job there.
And then the movie's over.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. We're done. The movie's like, we're done.
Because fucking Lemro's just done. That was great.
Yeah.
Victor.
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 You have to pronounce it right.
All hail Victor.
So now we are at the part of the night where we have to figure out which of these movies is the genre battle
The battle of the
representative.
genre. I was gonna say, if it's best of the worst, it seems like
pretty
We have
obvious.
thrown out our normal rules where the best movie is the movie that is the most entertaining for any reason, and instead, because this episode is Battle of the Genres, we have to select the movie which is the best representative for the genre it is from. Jay, which of these movies is the Battle of the Genre?
Let's just all
The
take a moment
battlest
here.
of genres?
Before we battle the genres, let's just take a moment and all agree that Alien Private Eye is the best of the worst.
Here's the thing, it's the best of the worst, but it's a terrible science fiction movie.
That's what I was gonna say.
No.
It's like, yeah,
Terrible
if we have to
sci-fi.
pick best representation of its genre, I gotta go with Action USA, because there's so many car stunts and explosions and people hanging out of helicopters and people falling through glass.
People fall out of buildings, and it's not a fake dummy. It's a real person.
Okay, Tim.
Spookies is like a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Tim.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Jay. I mean, action is in its title, for fuck's sake. Spoopies, I mean, it's Spookies is. It's somewhat scary, but it's just like.
It's somewhat scary? Is that what you just said?
I mean, it's, well.
Alright, so there's some sand. Let's go get more sand. Let's go talk to Sand Bert. He'll bird us up some sand. Everybody loves Sand Bert. My tree's already ready. What the actual heck? I did not think there was any chance it'd be ready.
Horror film. It's like in
There
the genre
is an
of
attempt
horror.
at like
it's like
moody lighting and stuff.
exactly,
Yeah.
but it's like God, it's just terrible. And there's no sci-fi in that. It's a flashlight.
It's a flashlight and some ears.
There's a flashlight and some rip-off Spock ears.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Jack.
I want to. Spookies is almost there, where the creatures were really neat.
Yeah. The electric tick.
If I might interject.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you on Spoopies. Yeah. Spoopies has a shitload of effort put into it.
Yes.
But Action USA is so fucking lazy. It's so fucking lazy. They can't even get the explosion right. The truck blows up before the car hits it.
But there is an explosion.
An explosion.
There's nothing lazy about the stunts and the action in that movie.
There is an explosion. There are 17 creative different monsters. Well, somewhat creative. It's like 50-50.
There's 17 creative monsters and a werewolf man.
For every Spider Woman, there's a wolf man.
I like the creatures. So I'm gonna give it to Spookies.
Okay, so it's a tie, and then the best movie of the night, Alien Private Eye, lost, and we have to destroy it.
We don't have to destroy anything.
Battle of the genres.
Battle of the
No, I think what
genres.
happened is since those two are a tie, they cancel each other out, and the winner is Alien Private Eye.
Alright, birdhouse run. Then bedhouse run. You've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break from your screen. Oh, I'm considering it. I'm considering going to freaking bed.
Bitch.
Bedge, if I must say it that way, yes. What if I forgot to grab seaweed? Oh wait, that's real. Pet, you know what's good?
Mm-hmm.
Avoid Stranger's OST. That's what I've been thinking about most about the game since quitting. It's just been in my head.
This is a good.
It is.
Soundtrack.
It is very good. Very chippy. But mostly the B mural theme.
Wait, what?
Remember that B mural we solved together?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. I had it muted.
I know you did, but I didn't. I listened to it the whole time. Playing Carnival, goddamn music in my ear.
Very B. Who's your favorite character? And why is it not B?
Well, it's not B.
I said, why is it not B?
But because B's too rude. She's a rude lady. I don't know. I like Sif or Gray. They're both good.
Just like Booba.
Yeah. If I liked Booba, wouldn't I say Tail?
No, but Tail's true form doesn't have Booba.
So, she's got the biggest Booba of anyone in the.
B's true form has a giant fucking fly ass attached to it.
That's true.
Wanna get into freaking true forms.
And she walks on her legs, or I mean, everyone walks on her legs. Walks upside down in grandma form.
She walks on the bug parts, and then there's a body attached to the top for some reason, just to be extra horrifying, I guess.
The worst character is clearly Mon for having the audacity to be a boy. Why did Ad make one boy? He decided afterwards I shouldn't have made that boy. It's only girls.
That boy ain't right.
Yeah, that boy ain't right. That's what he actually said. That boy ain't right. Alright, we got our seaweed, walking in our boots. We got 6,000 seaweed, we got like 2,800, so it's like 8,000 buckets of sand. Yeah, we're gonna be able to make them. Some crafted progress here. We're definitely not going straight to 93. That's for darn sure. We'll try to get to what are the breakpoints here? Bow, 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 bow. Okay, so 89 is. I guess, no, 85 would be a good first step to make the Z Knights at all. And then 88 makes the neck easy. And then 91. So, like, yeah, 5 levels, 3 levels, and 3 levels. That's not bad. 91, and then, you know, you push to 93. Excellent, excellent. That all sounds like a plan. Alright, bye, stream. Bye.